good evening to you and a happy new year to you, and welcome to the Atterbolden Stadium in Cooper. It is the first Saturday of 2026, and the Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League rings in the new year with a blockbuster battle for position. Tonight, the stakes are absolute. We have a classic six-pointer on our hands. MIC Central FC Reboot, currently sitting fifth on 16 points. They host the former champions Athletic Club Port of Spain, who sit 1 point behind them in sixth place. It is a clash of contrasting momentums. The Shark of Central arrive well-rested, perhaps even rusty after having missed the Boxing Day round. They are the wild cards of the league, boasting a high-powered offense led by the Jones brothers and carrying the burden of a negative goal difference. Standing in their way are the Capital Boys. AC Port of Spain are still stinging from a frustrating 1-1 draw against the Hawketer Rangers just days ago. Their coach Walt Noriega knows his side is drifting away from the title race. They have been able to kill off games, and their goal difference sits at exactly 0. Will the fresh legs prevail over match rhythm? Can the Reboot capitalize on the champions' hangover? The gap is just 1 point. The goal is top 5. Kickoff is just moments away. I'm Video Ram. Christopher is a classic battle of what we call a six-pointer. Two teams equal in terms of points, and one will have the chance to get a leg up on their rivals.
All right, let me first of all say good afternoon to all the people out here and all the people looking at football, trying to be good Premier League football at that. You made an interesting point about the goal difference between the two sides, and one of the key things is when Central has lost, they've lost big. I was here for one of their defeats, but it was 6-1 against Club Sando, and they literally seem to have fallen apart in the first half. So that is one of the big differences with the two teams. So the quality of play might be equal when they are playing on their thing, but when they did lose, as I say, Central has lost huge. I think they also have another loss. I think it's 5-0, a 5-0 defeat. So when you lose like that, your goal difference is going to be superior. I mean, rather very inferior to thing. With AC Port of Spain, what I like is they've changed the team. Every time I've seen them play, they've changed the team. And I think one of the things they need to do is get Brent Sam to score goals. If he's in and scoring goals, they are going to be hard to beat today.
Yeah, they certainly will be hard to beat. And that man you mentioned, Brent Sam, very hard to miss him on the field. He's tall, he's powerful. He's a tower of power.
A tower of power. He's the tallest player there. One of the things I think with Central FC is and I hope they are playing him today. They have a couple new players that we got to look out for. Seth Hadid is on the field for AC Port of Spain. He's in the middle. I think he's a former Fatima College player, if memory serves me. So he's just coming up into the groove. And Jamil Antoine, who is at the back line for Central, he is definitely an improving player. I think I like how I like his confidence at the back. I mean, he came on in the match that I saw him in. He changed the complexion of the defensive half. Alvin Jones is an old veteran, so we all, both you and I, going to be looking to see how he comes on, if he does what he's supposed to do.
Certainly will. We're just waiting the instructions of the match commissioner at this time. That's Tisha Belfon, one of a host of new match commissioners who've come in over the past few seasons and making impression. All of the old guard has disappeared, Chris.
Yeah,
we used to see the figures of a gentleman like Bullet, the man now no longer with us, but a wonderful servant of the game.
They all, time passes and everything passes. So, and there's a kickoff. And of course, if you're looking at it on your screens, Central FC are in red and they're going from left to right. AC Port of Spain in a mix of yellow and orange, and they are going from right to left. It's a beautiful afternoon here. I want to say almost cloudless sky, pretty cool conditions, and I think ideal for football. And it hasn't rained a lot over the last 10 days or so, but it's rained enough. I think the ground, I was walking outside and the ground is soft. So free kick, and that looks like Jesse Williams.
Yeah, so Jesse Williams just stepping away from it. And Jesse Williams, of course, was part of the national reckoning for a long time. And he steps away and he allows this one to be taken by Paul, the more experienced hand, as it is Central on the defensive as we start off here. This one's going to be in swinging into the breeze. It's a rather stiff breeze that comes across here at the Atterbolden Stadium. We are in Central Trinidad, of course. Here's Paul with the free kick. And it's aimed towards that man in the middle, Sam, but his header is not directed goalward and will drift out of play for a goal kick. That's exactly what they'd want to do on these free kick situations. That's how he scored last week.
And again, I think there's a distinct advantage. They have Sam, and then they also have, along with Sam, I think Daniel Cyrus. Both are fairly tall, so that's going to be good for set pieces.
Yeah, certainly it is. And those two, well, Cyrus at the back usually comes up for them. Some work here for the goalkeeper, Philip, who gets it forward. Vastly experienced, recently retired from international football, and great servant of Trinidad and Tobago football. All the way back here with Cyrus. And this man, he's going to be very important. He is, of course, the metronome that keeps this team running in the midfield. Looking to get the cross in. It's in towards Hadid, his first touch. Tries to chip it forward to Sam, but it breaks down. And here come the central reboot. David trying to drive things forward. But good work in the middle there by Hadid. Just getting in, just preventing them from getting forward.
And that's what you want to see, a good work rate from the youngsters. They're young, so they got to run.
Oh, yeah. That's what they're there for. Run, show off their skills, show off their personality in the middle of the park. This one's played over the top. It should be easy for the defender who gets it back towards the goalkeeper. It was slightly under hit, and he's put his team in trouble here. And Griffin with the shot from distance. It's not far away, but it's going to be a goal kick. But that was a dangerous moment there, and he was on the sole there by his defender.
Well, I think at this level, you got to hit the target at least, a minimum. And I mean, it's early days in the game, but he had no pressure on him. He had clear sight of the goal. So still 0-0.
Really should have hit that goal. Here's Central FC looking to get it forward. Here's Antoine, who you mentioned, the most improved player you've seen on this team. David, again, there's a wall of yellow and orange in his face trying to get him away from his task. Here comes Central again, looking for some forward movement, and they've found it in the
Isaiah Lee
here.
Yeah.
He gets it out towards the left-hand side, runs inside for a possible pass. He's waiting there for it, and the cross was cut out by the tall figure of Cyrus. And now, back with Central FC. This is good here from them. Early chance for them. A couple of early chances and a good start for them within the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, so far so good. Usually they seem to, they like attacking down the flanks with Ross Russell Jr. on one side, and usually I think usually Isaiah Lee is the point man, and they probably have different guys on the thing.
There's Lee, and just in front of Griffin. Oh, well, the crowd exploded in front of us, hoping that there was a header on. And really, I'm not sure how much he saw of it, but a diving header should have been coming in there.
Well, I think he couldn't see it because the defender was in his eye line. But again, well opened, a good cross, and they opened up the defense of AC Port of Spain. They right now, AC Port of Spain looking a little sluggish in the back line.
Sluggish, and they've been porous at the back so far. Let's see if Central FC can take advantage of it. 5 inside of the box, 2 lurking outside towards the back post. And that's going to come off ahead. And will Hadid be able to keep this in play? He won't. Just punts it into the stands, well, at least onto the track at the moment there. Good start for Central FC.
Good start. And sometimes when you get a start like this, you got to make it count. They've had a couple of, let's say, half chances, quarter chances, you want to say. But you got to at least put the ball on target, make the keeper work. And they haven't done that as yet. Keeper has just kind of been bobbling around, not doing much.
Vastly experienced is the AC Port of Spain goalkeeper, Marvin Phillip. Here's the throw-in. It's Thomas. Whoa, that is a lovely throw. Wow. That was like taking a corner. It actually landed beyond the back post.
And again, the keeper was beaten. But I got to say, so were the forwards for Central FC by it. So it didn't make much of a difference. Everybody was beaten by that ball. Nobody got to it.
Well, that was a rocket launcher of an arm that he has there. Tell you what, Brian Williams would have been very proud of that. Brian Williams, one of those who was quite expert for the national team in the 80s at those long throws. That was perhaps one of the longest throws I've ever seen. Here come Central FC again as they try to build meticulously from the back. So far, it's been good for them. Here's Jones returning to the scene of perhaps his greatest ever game as Griffith tries to get things forward for them. Still, it's just a bit of head tennis in the middle. 3 central players there, and one of them coming away with it as Lee gets the shot off, blocked. And finally, they go forward here with Armstrong. Tries to get Sam involved. And now it's a bit scrappy at the back for the moment, and Central will try to bring it under control. Here is David on the right-hand side for Central FC. And the team in red have been dominant in the early stages as we're just up to the 7th minute.
I think if we look at the possession right now, it's probably like 90-10. I mean, we don't have that statistic in our thing, but certainly they've dominated possession. And again, when you are dominating possession, you want to make it count. And as of yet, they're not making it count. And sometimes it comes back to haunt you.
Yeah, it certainly does. Mentioned Alvin Jones returning to the scene of his greatest ever game. That wasn't the greatest ever pass, but this was the venue where he...
I would even count that in the top 1,000.
That wasn't... I'm sure you'll agree with you there. Alvin Jones against the USA here in 2017 was absolutely brilliant. Forced the first goal for Trinidad and Tobago. It was an own goal, but it came from his cross and then unleashed a shot from around the position where the ball is right now, actually, that beat the USA goalkeeper and sent them out of the 2018 World Cup. A moment of sweet revenge.
Sweet revenge. I had a conversation with the coach for Central FC, and he's been really frustrated by the inconsistent performance of his team. They have been good at times, as I've said, and when they've been bad, they've really been bad. And I think, as a coach, that always gets you.
Yeah, it certainly does. Here's Central driving forward again, and Russell is the one who's bringing that on, but his left-footed pass is not the best, and that's what he does so well. Russell Jr.
You're being kind, Video. Not the best. That was a horrid pass.
Yeah, he is known for that. Emerged really as a player at Terminex La Hawkita Rangers. Those marauding runs down the left-hand side brought him into national focus, made the national team, has been off the boil a little bit since then, and has made the move here to Central FC, the reboot. And it's a bit of a reboot himself in terms of his career.
It's definitely a bit of a reboot. Just a little bit now, we're seeing more possession from AC Porto Spain, but their midfield hasn't clicked together as yet. They're just not working. What you're getting right now is you're getting David, you're getting Isaiah Lee, and you're getting Alvin Jones starting to come together, but you're not getting that from the opposite.
Not quite
team.
yet, yes. And Hadid, one of those in the lineup today, he'll be eager to get something going. Here he is on the ball now, looking for some help away to his right, and ignores Paul. Here's Cyrus, who's very good with those long balls forward. Finds Sam, but he is offside, and that's indicated by the second. That's Trevon Mitchell across on that side. That's a little bit of argy-bargy going on, and is it Cyrus there who's getting a little talking to from referee Cleon Cully?
Well, not Cyrus. I think that would be, oh gosh, the guy, his name escapes me now, but I know who that should be in terms of Central FC. Jamal Jack. That's exactly who that is there. And I think he would be certainly, a bad foul there. I think his assignment would be to deal from a physical point of view. He has the physicality to deal with Brent Sam. Not the height, but probably the physical presence. So I think that's going to be his assignment for today.
Yeah, certainly will. Brent Sam, always very difficult to deal with. Very good in the air, scores a lot of headed goals. But his physicality is always difficult for defenders. And he looks like a man amongst boys, though, standing next to the central defenders.
I think he's about 6'5", 6'4", 6'5".
6'5", and that's only when he cuts his hair short.
Yeah, probably. Alvin Jones here, and he's looking around, and I think, again, he hasn't been doing a lot of running, but again, I think he's in there for the experience.
Yeah, still coming back, not looking at his trim best, but I'm sure that he'll get there. Has been dealing with injuries. He is getting on in age a little bit, and he's been a wonderful servant of Trinidad and Tobago football. I think after you knock the USA out of the World Cup, you don't need to do anything else.
I don't think you should. I mean, we still remember goals by like Hudson Charles and some of those, quality players of yesteryear. I don't know where they are now.
Hudson Charles and the defense force will be coming up later on. as that one cut out by Hadid. Another good touch from the youngster will give him some confidence as he works his way into the game. Here he is again, turning away from trouble. Tries to get this one down the line, but that was a pass. The angle of it was against the winger, and it will go all the way back to the reboot goalkeeper, Bryce. Haven't called his name much.
And that's Wilson. And Wilson is also a really good player out on that far side. He does a lot of running. The first couple of games I saw him, he came on as a sub, but he's been taking up the mantle of the winger position a lot. Once he gets into the game, he really is aggressive at running at the defense. So I want to see if he's going to be able to do what he normally does in the games.
Bryce showed off his fancy footwork there, beating Sam Olds, ends up putting him on the ground. Doing a little laugh here from the crowd below us. They enjoyed that. Another one of those goalkeepers, modern goalkeepers, very good with his feet. Played to Sam. He's a good hold-up man also. Another bit of evidence of that. Sends a nice little pass in. Was that a foul? They tried to turn with it there, but ended up on it with his backside on the ground. And there's Bryce. Not exactly an impressive bit of footwork.
Well, I think that would be experience there. Alvin Jones was the defender in that instance. It looked like it could have been a foul, but then at the same time, it looked like it couldn't have been. And I think the referee was always going to give the benefit of the doubt to the central man, the more experienced footballer. And that's exactly what happened.
Headed down by Jack there. Jack, he has been given that task, as you would have mentioned, to mark Sam. He does give a few inches in terms of Sam. I mean, if there were two boxers, Sam would definitely have the reach advantage. And he does with his head too here. But it is going to be that's going to be an interesting battle. One of the many 1v1 battles that AC Port of Spain have to win in order to get victory. Here's Hadid. Gets it out towards Wilson. Wilson now trying to turn onto his left foot. Gets it back towards Paul. And out towards the right again. Can he get the cross in? Sam is waiting in the middle. It's over his head, and it's a poor cross. Not the best of crosses ever.
Yeah, that was well worked. It looked like everything was going the way it should, and I think that's Akado Weeks there. No, sorry, not Weeks. I think, trying to think who that is on that far side, but it was just not the cross that you were looking for. That might have been Armstrong. A good cross there would have, again, put the defense of Central FC under a bit of pressure. But we see AC Port of Spain, they're getting into the game. They're coming in, they're getting possession, starting to control the midfield a little.
And they were very disappointed last week to go to a 1-1 draw to the bottom team in the league. That was a game you would have expected them to put away, but that's been one of the recurring decimals for them in this season. They have not been able to put teams away, and that's why they are on 15 points for the season. Here's AC Port of Spain coming again. This one's driven into the box across the face of goal. No one was there to touch it in. But there was a player going towards the near post, and he couldn't get there.
Well, it was a much better cross, better setup, and they are opening up the Central defense. Interestingly enough, Central FC also had a frustrating draw against Terminex Rangers 1-1. So both these teams suffered the same fate against the same team. And I think both coaches, would have been frustrated where they dominated the game and they couldn't put the team away.
Williams was the man actually who went into the center there trying to get the touch, couldn't. And now here come AC Port of Spain again. All of a sudden they're seeing more and more of them. That was nicely directed away from goal. That was a difficult ball to handle. The defender did quite well. Here come AC Port of Spain. They have David trying to turn, has forced back, finds Thomas. Thomas goes all the way back to the senior hand on the team, Jones. Jones does have a good range of passing, a lot of good short passes, but those long passes of his, he is able to ping them around. That's knocked forward nicely towards Lee. Lee has the speed. Can he take on the defender? Looking for Cyrus. He is faster than Cyrus, but doesn't take him on. Out towards Griffith now. Griffith, what mental state is he in after that miss? Oh, that was a good pass. Griffith is still in it here, tries to turn and takes it out of play. Maybe the wrong option there in that very dicey position. He ran out of real estate.
Definitely. Maybe the simple option there would have been the better option. Just try to get it across or get it back into the center of the park where you might have had a couple of your players available. But again, it was a good pass initially from him to his teammate. But in the real estate, as you say, was pretty pretty cramped.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, all the more reason why you should drive it into the near post. I mean, a mistake there, someone could deflect it in. One of your players might get the rebound. Always creates a lot of confusion. Gary Griffith Jr., the son of the former police commissioner. And with the events that occurred earlier today, I'm sure we'll see a few responses from him, his dad at least, on the Gary Griffith Sr. on Facebook. Here's Sam now.
Most definitely.
Hadid was in some trouble there, managed to get it back towards Primus. Primus driving it forward towards Paul. Paul finds Sam, who loves to drop back into the midfield. And this is where he's so good. He plays as a number 9, but he also has the number 10 skills, in a sense, to go with it.
And again, it just sometimes the problem Sam has, I think, is the other players around him need to be able to support him in what he is trying to do. And you know, when one or two bad passes or the errant pass makes his efforts less effective than they could be. So, you know, he's one of those players I would love to see in the national setup, but I think he still has more work to do on his fitness.
Yeah, I think he would agree himself. That's where he really needs to be. And when you have a taskmaster like Dwight York, who is very big on fitness, not going to get away with that. That one's driven across the face of the defense for Central FC. And did it take a deflection? Yes, it has, according to the official. And that's going to be a corner for AC Port of Spain, and another chance for the big artillery to go forward. And Sam is already there, and Primus and Cyrus are the ones who are heading forward.
Yep, really tall player. So we're going to see. And again, there's not, with the exception of Jamal Jack and Alvin Jones, all the other defenders for Central FC are not really tall players. So let's see how this all works out.
Well, this is the equivalent of the Twin Towers in Port of Spain and Nicholas Towers walking into the box, relatively speaking here. That's what you're aiming at in the middle.
So we've got to hope for a good corner here.
Yeah, yes. And certainly it is Hadid who is going to be entrusted with it. And can he hit one of the big 3 out in front of him there? This could be a pivotal moment as we are in minute 19 here. Towards the middle, towards Sam, headed away at the near post. Back to Hadid. He'll get the second ball here. Can he make some more of it? Towards the back post. Oh! It's headed in! 1-0. And AC Port of Spain have gone ahead. And it is one of the big targets that have it. And it is Cyrus that gets the goal.
Well, they needed 2 bites of the cherry there. I think Seth Hadid's first initial dead ball was to the near post. It was well defended, but in the end, he got a second chance and he put a hell of a cross. It was just magnificent. There was nothing the defense could do. The keeper was just left motionless, and Cyrus did what anybody. He had a point blank headed that goal. That if he missed, I would have had to change my name.
Such a nice name, Gil. I don't think you want to change that. Easy to remember. But Cyrus, and it's all set up by that brilliant cross there by Hadid. And it was just between the defender and the defense and the goalkeeper. And that teasing sort of corridor of uncertainty, to borrow a cricket term there.
It definitely was. And as I said, it left the defense motionless. It left the goalkeeper motionless. And the only people that could go to the ball were the AC Port of Spain attackers, and that's what Cyrus did, and he was very positive and firm in his action. 1-0 to AC Port of Spain.
So they have the advantage here in this classic 6-pointer encounter between 5th and 6th place in the table. It's given away. AC Port of Spain may have a chance here. Oh, there's a player that went down. Was that
Jamal Jack?
Like Jamal Jack.
He looked like he might have injured himself, but so far he's up. But he certainly caught his foot in the turf there.
Yeah, he did, and he's down. Tell you what, the lights are on, but this is not the brightest I've ever seen the lights here at the Atherbolden Stadium. And now as I'm looking around, I'm seeing that several of the bulbs in the far side at least have not come on. So I think the officials will certainly have to look at this. It's not, as the poet would have said back in the Victorian age, dark enough for a dark satanic mill. Certainly not that dark, or satanic, by the way.
So, and folks, we want you all to know sometimes when we are here at matches, and you see the conditions, we are improvising and really amplifying the picture for you. It's not as easy as you think all the time.
Swept away by Russell, and that's going to drift behind. That's going to be a goal kick. So 1-0, AC Port of Spain in the 19th minute. Daniel Cyrus, the man from Tobago, 75 odd caps for Trinidad and Tobago, getting the opening goal here. And again, it is a similar decimal, a similar recurring decimal for the AC Port of Spain. They're using their height to good advantage against much smaller defenses.
Well, you got to use what you have.
Yeah.
And I like how the coach is laying out his plan. He's got a plan. He has some wingers. He's trying to target the tall men in the center. And even when he doesn't do that, he's using Sam as a point man to set the other forwards. So you got to do that. I think right now Central FC have faded in terms of out of the game, and they need to get themselves back in the game in terms of their midfield needs to start working again.
Hadid getting a nice ball that was drifting out towards the right-hand side for Wilson, who will get it back here, clips it back towards the middle, looking at the penalty spot. There was a couple of players there. Now, once again, here's the cross coming in towards the top of the box. Two players there. Was that a handball? It was. Coming off the hands of one of the AC Port of Spain players, and it comes to nothing. Central FC have a game in hand. Their game on Boxing Day did not come off. So they played 9 games compared to AC Port of Spain's 10. And maybe a little bit of ring rust here that they haven't played that in about a couple of weeks.
Oh, and that's a bad foul from it looks like that would be I think trying to see who that Holder.
That's Holder, yes, yeah. It is.
Yes, I definitely think that's an issue, video, and I think especially in the fact that I think the match that they would have played before that might have been on the 17th.
Yeah, so haven't played for quite a while, and it's a difference, as we sometimes say, the difference between rust and rest.
Yes, and they're looking a bit rusty right now, not rested.
Rusted rather than rested here.
So they got to get themselves into the groove.
Get the sandpaper out here, not in the cricketing sense though. That would be illegal. And
Lee.
Get that out. Here's Lee now driving forward for Central FC, trying to change the complexion of the game. Griffith has pulled away towards the right, but he is out of the picture now as David now looking for the pass, and here's a chance. The goalkeeper slipped and it's put in. 24th minute, and Central FC have equalized, and all born of the slip there by Philip. Philip was coming on to the forward, but as he slipped, he was able to just knock it into the empty net.
And I think that's David. And it was, again, a ball, a cross. And once you get that cross in, you're always going to create danger in the game. And really and truly, you got to say, Central FC lucky to be back into the game. A defensive lapse, for want of a better word, here. But again, a defensive lapse born out of good play. Somebody making a cross, somebody trying to get in and do what needs to be done. And that's what happened there.
I think that was Dick, in fact, the number 19. He was the one being congratulated for the goal. But it was a great cross. I mean, don't take anything away from the goal. It was a great cross. He took it down on the chest really well. But Marvin Phillip, who was coming towards him, his right foot just seemed to go from under him.
Yeah.
And then when he was on the ground, well, Dick just had pretty much the entire net to aim at.
And the other thing that the couple of games we have seen here, in my experience, a number of players have had issue with their choice of footwear and their grip level. And I think you saw that there. And it certainly caused one of the goals in one of the earlier matches. So we can put that it caused the goal in this one, probably had a part to play.
Shot from distance, but easily taken by the goalkeeper. We did see Jamal Jack also slip, and he seems to have shaken off whatever strain that produced. But now a slip here has had a more telling effect. Marvin Phillip going to ground, and the goal scored. Dick may have scored anyway.
Yes.
So
all right. So what we have is 25 minutes gone. Central FC in red, 1. AC Port of Spain in yellow and orange, 1.
So those are the two goals. Cyrus's lead. A goal has only lasted 5 minutes in terms of the lead here for AC Port of Spain. Another instance of what has dogged them in this season. They've not been able to really hold on to leads for a very long time. And that frustrating 1-1 draw, well, we think back to that against La Hawkita Rangers. Central did not play. The winner of this game will not go into the top 4. They will, if results stay as they are, They will stay at 5th place, whichever team that wins this game. But it's still pretty good, putting pressure on that top 4. And who knows if they still have an outside chance of winning. Here's one that's played in nicely towards Lee as he's able to turn. Well, there were appeals for penalty, not from the player, but more from the crowd. And the referee says nothing doing.
Well, it looked like really good defending there. He just used his physical size to prevent Lee from getting a chance at shooting. And there really wasn't much that the referee could say, but I didn't see a foul there at all. I saw strong defending. That's what I saw.
I think that a crowd would agree with you. Maybe not the Central FC supporters, though.
I don't think they would see that at all.
They wouldn't see it there. But that's what supporters are there for, to see your point of view.
So still, we have a player down, but he's back up now. So I'm not sure if he was temporarily down. That looked like Akido Weeks might have gone down. So he's up and walking.
Yeah, Weeks. No E, just 2 E's here. It's an interesting spelling to Weeks, as in the plural of week. That's how it's spelled. Usually you see the name Weeks and it's Wekes. So that's why I always remember his name. Aikido Weeks, the number 2 player for AC Port of Spain. Here's Griffith, who has number 11 on his back. Can he get the turn? Is David. David out towards the left-hand side. 2 players towards the far side. One of them, Lee, is heading towards the near post. And the ball is heading towards the back post. Griffith is there now. Oh, he didn't time his jump ball. Oh, that's off the post. Brilliant acrobatic effort. And that would have been a spectacular goal.
Well, he created a chance that I didn't think was there. But it really was a spectacular effort. He's probably been looking at some African Cup football. A lot of bicycle kicks have been scoring over on the continent. But here he is again, Griffith, with another chance to redeem himself.
Yeah,
he left the ball behind.
I'll tell you what, his dad should have put out a video just describing the goal.
But he's so again a chance that and the all of a sudden we thought AC Port of Spain were dominating the game, and in the last 5 minutes they look as if they've just gone out of the game.
Tell you what, does the phrase Jekyll and Hyde come to your mind, to all your listeners looking here? That's what it's been like. Teams have been pulling masks on and putting them back on all the way through this game. It's been a topsy-turvy affair so far here at the Atterbolden Stadium, and still it's 1-1. Cyrus in the 19th minute, Dick in the 24th, and we are in the 29th minute of the game. And here's one of the goal scorers, Cyrus, getting that forward. That's a very good and very useful pass, but Hadid is robbed of it. Samdo fights it back. And now it's back here with Central FC, and they very kindly and sportingly give it back to their opponents. Here's Hadid again, getting away from trouble. I think I'd like what he's done so far in this match.
He has. He's played within himself. He's not tried for the extravagant pass. He's tried to make sure that his passes find their target, and that's what you need to do. You're a midfielder. He's tackled well, and he's tracked back well, and I think that's important. I think on the opposite side, the player that been doing a lot of work at the back is Neptune, number 22, the captain. And I like Lee. He's been tormenting the AC Port of Spain defense.
Yet another little run there. Here is David again. Gets it out towards the left-hand side. Here's Antoine. Antoine, that's a wonderful pass. Can he get the cross in? He does. Oh, he's down. It's a goal kick. Just as it seemed he was about to swing that left foot and get the ball in, just seemed to lose his balance.
Well, lose his balance might be. I thought it definitely was on the experience of Cyrus there. He knew how to force him wide, force him out, push him off balance. That's good play. Holder is coming down the wing now.
Yeah, he didn't use his hands by any means. He used his body and his mass to sort of unbalance the player, and he was unable to get the cross in. Another corner coming up for AC Port of Spain. They went ahead from a dead ball situation, at least from the second ball after the dead ball situation. Hadid is heading across to take this one. Usually we'd see the free kick taker would be
Leston Paul.
Leston Paul, yeah.
But I like what I'm seeing from Hadid, as you say. And you want to see young players coming into the league. You want to see young players coming into the national setup. And he's obviously a young player with some talent. So that's what we want to see.
Another graduate of secondary schools football. I mean, every one of them might very well be. He's knocking in towards the back post. That's headed away. The defender getting in front of the keeper. The keeper seemed to have been impeded. And now the ball is hooked away into touch by Primus, another one of those returnees full of international experience and back here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, again, good cross in, a good dead ball in, and created some confusion. But I think I didn't see an attacker there in a position to take advantage of it. But again, put a good ball in, create some confusion. You never know what can happen.
Yeah, and certainly they've been doing a fair amount of that. Maybe not enough for what their coach would want here. AC Port of Spain. Walt Noriega is the man in charge. A big Arsenal fan he is, and there are a lot more Arsenal fans. You know, we tend to be bandwagonists in TNT.
So am I. I'm an Arsenal fan. I'm not a bandwagonist.
I know you've been an Arsenal fan for a very, very long time.
Very long time. And again, I've supported them win, lose, or draw. So right now I'm in a happy mood.
Arsenal going 6 points ahead in the Premier League today with another good victory, a 3-1 win. It was at 1-1 at one stage.
Is it 3-2 against Burnley?
3-2, correction, that's correct. 3-2. It was 3-1 and then a late goal by Burnley. They weren't able to get that. The Cherries have been very, very entertaining throughout the season, but they haven't won since October. Right now here, the Cherries of TNT, but they're actually the Sharks, though. They're in red, cherry red, but they are the Sharks of TNT. 1-1. They've done well to fight back. And as we mentioned, the light earlier, now we're seeing the light starting to come on a little bit brighter here. So if you notice a change from our camera, that's why. Getting the run on here. Here's Thomas now with two defenders in front of him. Kept hold of the ball well, but there's no one supporting him here. They're calling, they're begging. The only thing he didn't get was an engraved invitation to pass that ball.
I think he was trying to see if there was a better pass option on, but there wasn't one. And as you can see, folks, if the screen is changing a little bit, we will make that adjustment, but more lights have definitely come on. And so it's looking a lot better on the pitch right now.
It certainly is. It's up by a couple of candelas, if you want to use the
I would say a couple of thousand candelas. Right?
A couple of thousand candelas in your estimation. Yeah, certainly. There's an acceptable level that has to be for international football. I think if there had been maybe an international game, there would have been a few question marks over whether the game would have started in those conditions. Not sure if it was a situation where the lights came on a little bit late or so, but we're not sure.
And from here, we can see another facility just across the way. I think that's your pre-style cricket ground. The lights are in full effect, and they probably have a good match going on over there. In the meantime, of course, you're looking at Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League action, Tier 1. I think it's just... And Central are in red, moving left to right. AC Port of Spain, yellow and orange, moving right to left. Score is 1-1.
And it is Central FC that have it now. Here's Hadid, who's done everything well. He and Paul have formed a good combination. That was a nice turn to get away from the defender, but he was fouled by Antoine. Referee decided to play the advantage. It didn't come to the AC Port of Spain, and now it's back with David now, looking to weigh up his options here for Central FC. Has been entertaining so far in this game. The changes in motivation, changes in momentum for both teams.
Yeah, the momentum has switched a couple of times. Right now, I want to say Central is in the ascendancy, but if this was a boxing match, it will be even on points, to be quite honest.
And it is even at 1-1 at the moment here. Here's Jones now, bringing the ball forward. This is the furthest forward we've seen him so far in the game. Gets the pass in towards Lee. Lee looking for the diagonal ball, and the man he was intending to play it to, Russell, apologizes. Russell usually more odds down that left-hand side. He was at least 20 meters in from his normal position.
He's come inside a bit instead of being on the wing. And what we've seen a lot of coaches been doing is they will alter the position. As you see, Wilson is now over on the near side here. He started on the far side. And you might see that Griffith is going to start drifting over to the other side soon enough. So we see that happening with some of the teams. That's one of the tactics they try.
This one's played long. The defender is tested, but he gets his head to it and tries to set up a counter-attack here for Central. It's not going to come to that as the AC Port of Spain team take it over again in that, like the outfit, it is the orange and yellow. Played in towards Sam. Lays it off nicely to Hadid, who's now on the left-hand side, looking for Sam again, but taken up by Alvin Jones. Here's Sam. Heads it into away from danger. Ooh, well, was that a slap? Yes. He was lashing out there at Jones. Now, Jones was not interested in confrontation. To his credit, he stepped away, but clearly Sam was lashing out at him. He's lucky it's only a yellow card.
He is lucky. I think the referee didn't see the whole thing. Maybe he was blocked a bit. He's having a strong conversation with Brent Sam and letting him know, listen, you're here to play football. You're not here for a boxing match. So play your football. I think that's the right thing. I don't think it was a red card offense, but at the same time, I've seen red cards given out for much less, to be quite honest.
Was a bookable offense, definitely. And lucky it wasn't red. So Sam stays on, but he's on a yellow card. And now Central FC come the other way. And I don't think Jones did exactly anything wrong, because all he did was that as Sam headed the ball, he got in front of him. In traffic, that would be a different thing. If you're driving on the road, you cut in front of someone, that's a bookable offense. But not in football. You're allowed to just run in front of another player to shield the ball off. Here's Central FC. This is Wilson now, who picks it up for AC Port of Spain. They will go all the way back to Philip, who sends it out with the left foot. Philip now, as Griffith picks it up here on the... He's been called, Gary. Well, they're calling for him to pass it quickly, and I think that's what he's not making up his mind quickly enough here. Wilson gets the pass off, but no venom on it at all, and he couldn't find Sam, and Griffith is robbed of it here by Hadid. Well, while the youngster for AC Port of Spain has done well here, Hadid,
it's not a foul, and
this one's played in towards the near post. It's coming back. There's a shot on here, and he couldn't bend it in. Armstrong there getting it at the top of the box, and that came directly from the ball being misplayed there by Griffith.
Well, it's a number of, let's say, calamities, small calamities. Griffith took too long to play the ball. Then I thought there was a foul from Seth Hadid on the player, but then that didn't get called, and I think there was a hesitation by the central defense. He just didn't move. That's Thomas. And then the cross came across. It wasn't really well defended. Armstrong got a chance to shoot, and to say that he put his foot through it, I won't even say that. He sort of was leaning back and falling down. And so, again, everything happening here, folks.
Jones looking for the long ball. He was aiming that towards the man Neptune there, but too far ahead of Neptune. And here comes Daniil Cyrus for AC Port of Spain. The lights are now fully on here. That's the good news here at the Atterbolden Stadium. So all is well in the universe once again. And it's a full moon on our way to the far side too. The defender does well to take it away from AC Port of Spain in a dangerous position. And they come back upfield, and now they give it back. Cyrus there is clambering all over a couple of defenders, and AC Port of Spain come over with it. Here's Wilson now. Wilson. And out towards the left-hand side where Holder has it. Gets the shot off towards the near post, but it's no venom, and it was going out of play anyway.
Yeah, that's Jesse Williams here taking the shot. We have a player down in the box, and it looks like Jamal Jack. No, it's not Jamal Jack. Jamal is there. I'm not sure which player it is. Trainer is coming on.
Looks like a knee problem, by the way.
And again, if you don't have the right footwear and you do slip, you can land awkwardly. That is definitely can cause some damage in your ankles or knees. And we saw Jamal Jack do a slip, and he seemed to be hesitant. He was hesitant and a little tender after.
That's a goal scorer, Dick, actually, who went down. Seems to be okay. He's heading off the field at the moment for what I like to call football's equivalent of the standing 8 count.
And then we saw Marvin Phillips slip, and we think that was the key in the scoring of the goal. So again, conditions, they're always a little slippery here at the Atterbolden. Choice of footwear is critical.
Yeah, it certainly is. Jones again with the ball for Central FC. Tries to get it long forward. The defender does well to come over. That's Weeks. Nice solid header over the top of the defender, the forward, and gets it forward. Here's AC Port of Spain. And this is a team that is looking to get into that top 4 and put some pressure on Prison Service, who are on 19 points, and Defence Force, who are on 20. Defense Force have 2 games in hand. They are really the shadow leaders, if you want to put it, of this TTPFL. They might be in 3rd place, but they actually have 2 games in hand, and they could so easily be 3 or 4 points ahead if results go their way.
Well, I think they are playing in the 2nd game tonight, so we'll see.
Oh, Griffith gets the ball back. Now, what was he doing there? He was in a good position. Now, that first touch, if it had taken it away from the defender, he would have been shooting at goal, but he was more intent on passing the ball, rather. This one's played in towards the near post again and headed away by Cyrus.
Good cross there. Excellent cross from David and an excellent header from Cyrus out. Good football all around.
Jones decides to try one from distance. Oh, Marvin Phillip let it go, and that was very, very dangerously close to the line.
Well, but you and I are looking at each other because that ball skid on the surface like nobody's business. You got to be careful. It is greasy on surface.
And there's a shot from outside of the area from Neptune, but the captain could not find the net.
And I think Philip, he had no choice. The ball bounced just about 10 or so feet ahead of him, and he had to react, and he was lucky. He was really lucky there that our ball did not go through his hands. So again, still 1-1. We are about minute 42, and soon we'll get the signal as to how much time added on in this first half. Goals from Daniel Cyrus for AC Port of Spain, and that was followed by Dick. Yes.
Yeah. It was Maurice Dick, to give his full name.
Maurice Dick. And since then, we have had a couple of scrambles, a couple of half chances. Again, it's going back to those half chances. I'm not sure where the goalkeeper has disappeared to.
Well, he actually the ball left the stadium doing its Elvis impersonation. So what he's done now, he's picked up the other ball that was kicked down there. He's brought both of them. But the first one, the match ball, which was being used, actually went out the gate.
Oh.
It was so far out, I think it had to pay attendance to get back in. I hope it had $60 in its back pocket.
Some of the curiosities of local football, you'd have to say. Of course, we are here you're looking at Wave Sport TV. We are live from the Attleboro Stadium. Video Ramphal, Christopher Gill. This is Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League action. And of course, the 2 teams on the field, Central FC in red, AC Port of Spain in yellow and orange.
So Philip, very talented athlete outside of playing 100 internationals for Trinidad and Tobago. He was also quite good at cricket. I think some of those slip-catching skills of his came into focus there as that ball almost escaped his grasp, and he was able to pick it up quickly. Boy, that could have been an embarrassing moment for him. He already has one where he slipped and fell and left Dick with an open net, really. AC Port of Spain, here's another teasing cross. That's well defended by Jack, doing well to get that away. Here's the other number 12. That's Primus, heading it forward to Hadid. Hadid finds Weeks. And here is Cyrus. And here's another one of those lovely long balls that he does so well, but defender does well to head it back towards Bryce. Here come Central FC again. We're just about 45 seconds in time remaining in this first half. Both teams drifting away from leaders. Police 22 points and Club Sando 21 points. A draw does not help either of these teams. And this is MIC, Central FC, the Reboot, the Sharks. The Reboot area, they have come into sponsorship by MIC, and they're trying to restore the team to their former glory. They were the outstanding team in the late part of the TNT Pro League.
Now, that would have been when they would have, I think, been coached by
Terry Fennick.
Yeah. And then, obviously, prior to that, you also have a team that's going to appear tonight that was also coached by Terry Fennick, JABLOTEH. They also had a streak of titles. So, certainly a successful club coach is Terry. Yes, and if you're out there, Terry, Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to Mr. Fennick. And as we watch this one played out over towards the near side, and it's Armstrong. Armstrong, can he get inside the defender? He does. The shot was on target. That was heading goalward. Hits the defender and out for a corner.
Definitely he cut inside, beat his defender. But Alvin Jones' experience showed there he stood his ground and was the pillar and the post and everything else. Stopped the ball from even getting near to the goal.
Surprised he even got that anywhere close to the goal because Alvin Jones is a man mountain. He's a huge guy. Certainly not the kind of guy you want to pick a fight with. And Alvin Jones, very quiet, just unassuming guy.
So 1 minute of extra time. We've probably gone past that.
Yeah,
so I want to say that this is going to be probably the last action of the first half.
And it is going to be Hadid take it. The big targets are up there. AC Port of Spain trying to get a late goal here. Sam is there. His neck was craned. He was ready for it. Griffith is going to knock this one away. And there goes the whistle. As you predicted, that was the final bit of play in the first half. And it's ended 1-1. Cyrus in the 19th minute. He put AC Port of Spain ahead, but the lead lasted less 5 minutes. Maurice Dick scoring for MIC Central FC. And that's how it ends here, Chris Gill.
Yep. And of course, we're going to be back. We're just taking a break for some ads and stuff. And of course, we'll have the second half of action.
Welcome back to the Attleboro Stadium, where all squared 1-0. Breathless first half that ignited and then reset in the space of exactly 5 minutes. I'm Video Ramphal. Trinidad and Tobago Professional Football League action between MIC, Central FC, and Athletic Club Port of Spain. Those are the two teams involved today. Athletic Club in the yellow and orange outfits. They're attacking the goal to our right. And Central FC, the home team, they're attacking the goal to our left, obviously in the all-red outfits. And we talked about AC Port of Spain needing a fast start. They did exactly that. The tall veteran Daniel Cyrus broke the deadlock in the 19th minute, giving the Capital Boys the advantage. They were desperate for, but if there were any questions about MIC, Central FC's rustiness after the holiday break, they answered them immediately. Just 5 minutes later, Maurice Dick found the equalizer for the Sharks at the 24th minute, dragging Central right back into the contest. It was the kind of rapid response that defines the resilience of this reboot side. Christopher Gill is beside me, and Christopher, This is a second half that will certainly it's going to be an important second half for both of these teams, given their attempts to get into that top five.
It will, and I had conversations with both coaches. On Central SC, Julius Edwards says he wasn't displeased with his first half performance. He wants his team to execute. He thinks they got chances. They just need to take their chances when they do get them.
There could be a chance here. That one came off the head of the forward and just sliding off his head, Antoine, and away for a. Is that a throw in or a goal kick?
I think that was Lee who got the header. And again, that was a really good cross by Guy Griffith III. The coach for AC Port of Spain, his contention is that his team needs to execute in the final third. He thought there was a lapse in concentration that caused the goal. Neither team have made changes for the from the first half. And as a side, I just asked the coach, AC Port of Spain, about Seth Hadid. He says, fantastic young player, great work ethic, and he thinks he's a bright spark for the future.
Yeah, he certainly has been a bright spark in this game, which augurs well for his future. And I think there's going to be a substitution here. Dick has gone down with an injury, and I think, and it might be one of those slips again, as you're going to mention. And he's gone down, and the sign came that they're going to have to get a substitute for him.
Well, we did talk about it. We did talk about it more than on one occasion. And we saw him, he's holding his hamstring. Those are things that can happen. You slip, you stretch more than you're supposed to. Your hamstring gets pulled more. Again, expect maybe more of it. I want to say, sadly.
Well, they've now sent a substitute to warm up because the signal came from the physio that he is going to have to be substituted. A chance here early. That shot came in straight towards the goalkeeper, easily taken by Bryce.
That was Holder on the far side shooting, and he didn't really get hold of it. He sort of tried to side foot it, place it in the far corner. He probably needed to put his foot through it. Here's Griffith.
Griffith on the far side for Central FC, gets past one, and then the second defender was there to hold him off. And ironic that Holder was not able to get hold of it.
But again, Griffith has come out with some renewed energy here. He is attacking. He's forcing the defenders to come at him. He's going at them hard, and he's finding space on that far side.
Well, tell you what, Dick has gone back on the field, and there was the signal that a substitute would have to be made. They have sent 3 substitutes to warm up. So I'm not sure if Dick is going to stay on. Maybe he feels that he can carry on. But a signal did come from the physio that he might have to be taken off here. Well, another bit of miscommunication there between defender and goalkeeper. Goalkeeper wasn't sure to come for it, and then he was actually called over to come and take it.
Well, Holder there got by one, but he wasn't getting by the second. And again, there was a chance, an opportunity to set Griffith free, and the ball was just a poor pass. It was too close to the defender. Cyrus was able to clean up really, really easily. Yeah. So again, I think I have to agree with both coaches. In both teams need to execute better in the final third.
Possible chance coming in towards the near post, hooked away by Jack, and that's a solid clearance that goes out on the far side. Well, in the second half, the narrative really has shifted to physical endurance. If you remember, AC Port of Spain conceded a 74th minute equalizer just days ago on Boxing Day, and they have a habit of fading late, and they are facing a Central team that is fresh and well rested. And the real question is, can AC Port of Spain break the draw disease and find a winner?
I think this substitution is going to happen soon. I see number 24.
That's Cardenas.
Is looking to come on for Central FC. And they might be bringing on a second player as well.
Cardenas looks to be coming on, and it might be Dick who's going to head off the field.
He hasn't
He's just walking right now. He's just there. Unfortunately, the walking wounded for the Central FC team at the moment. And really unfortunate for the young man that after scoring the first goal of the new year, we believe, that he now has to, well, the first goal of the new year for his team.
Certainly.
He now has to leave. And here is Cyrus for AC Port of Spain. And finds Sam. That's flicked off towards Wilson, who's now back on the right-hand side. And that's out towards the left-hand side. Holder is there. He has the defender for company. Can he drive past him? He does. Gets the cross in, Willie. off his body and a goal kick. Eventually got the cross, hit the defender, hit him, and then went out.
And again, he's a bit unlucky, to be quite honest. So two players, certainly, yeah, you called it right. Dick is coming off. I think he's walking wounded, and he's no longer going to be stressed by that. So his injury obviously was more than they could sustain as a team. As I said, we saw him go down a couple of times. This last time looked more serious than the couple of times before. And I think I don't think the coach had much choice.
Well, number 25 is coming on for Maurice Dick. Sad end for his game after scoring the equalizer. I don't think we've been given a number 25. We actually have a number 26 on the team sheet. That's Ross Dowden. So I can only assume that this is a misprint. And also coming on, Cardenas, the number 24. And he will replace Gary Griffith Jr. Griffith is going to come off. So those are the two substitutions.
I'm not quite certain as to why Griffith would have been taken off after he really started to impress a little bit, but I'm not the coach.
And he did have that spectacular effort that hit the post almost just an inch away, perhaps, from giving his team the lead. That one's driven across the face of the entire field, goes out to play that's the eastern side of the ground, and behind that area, that's the wonderful town of Presal, calling it a town, surely a village of Presal. Yeah. And it has produced so many wonderful cricketers, test cricketers. Dinesh Ramdin, the current West Indies assistant bowling coach, Ravi Rampal, is also from the village there. And then in Chanali, you mentioned the field across there in Chanali Park. Great in Chanali.
One of the fields across there is the Ranji Nanan Park.
Yeah, they're two very close to each other. The Inchanali Park is the one we're looking at. Ranji Nanan is more, yeah, that's the one with the lights. And Ranji Nanan field is actually closer to. That's a sliding challenge, and two players go down here. The referee is reaching for a card.
Well, I can't see a card being applied. Both players thought they weren't going to make it. Both players went to ground. Both players came in with their studs up.
Russell.
Both players got injured. Russell and Antoine, that's the two players. Russell from Central and Antoine from AC Port of Spain. And both players ended up on the ground.
Well, the card is out. It hasn't been officially shown at anyone yet. So one, if not both of them, might get the card. Let's see. It's going to be Russell who gets the card here. So he gets the yellow card as the aggressor in the challenge. But as you pointed out, both of them went for the ball, and
both went in on the ground, both went in sliding, and again, this surface is definitely slippery.
Yeah.
So it's a free kick. We have to assume it's a free kick for AC Port of Spain. It's just about 25, 27 yards out.
Yeah, you're right. If it were cards for both of them, then it would have been a drop ball because it would have been both of them involved in the challenge. So, and here we have the free kick. Well, Sam is interested in this. He's the one who's placing it most carefully. Always a dead giveaway who's going to take it from who places it. And Sam's going to hit this one with his left foot. Now, they're setting up the wall. And so if he's going to hit this one left-footed, then the keeper is going to be tested to the right side of the goal there. So let's see what's happening.
It's a little conversation. Sam and Hadid, they're talking to each other. Wall is set up. Marvin Phillips seems to have likes where his wall is. Wall is to the left. He's walking around.
Here is Hadid, steps away, and it is going to be the free kick taken by Sam straight into the base of the wall. And here they go. It's back with AC Port of Spain as they try to build down this right-hand side. Weeks with the cross, and not in a very dangerous area. And Sam is there to make a nuisance of himself, and it's hooked clear by Russell. Throw-in coming up for AC Port of Spain. Good start for them in the second half.
Well, I think this is the first time they've been down this side and into the penalty box, so they're trying their best to put some pressure on the central defenders. And there are times when, the central defending is a bit inconsistent. It's good at times, and then when it's not good, it's not good.
So here's the throw-in. It's going to be taken by Sam. That's a long throw-in that goes towards the near post, headed away. Sam's trying to get in on it, but it falls kindly for Central FC, and they get going here with David. David clips it in towards the middle of the park. Here's one of the new men on. That's Dowden gets it. Drives it out towards the left-hand side. The other substitute, Cardenas, can't get a hold of it, and it will go back to Philip in goal. might fall for Sam here. Gets it back towards Hadid, who will shoot from distance. It's deflected, and Bryce gets a hand on it and was able to keep it out from going out for a corner. That's good work by Bryce, both with the feet and the hands. So far, all AC Port of Spain in this second half. And of these teams, AC Port of Spain, the question is, have they had that, they won the title 2 years ago, and they were not really in it a huge amount of time last year. The defense was coming back.
far, the better reset has been done by Central. They put their players back in position already.
Here's Hadid again. Gets it across towards Wilson. Wilson, long ball. That's a good-looking ball, but well-positioned was Jones on the far side. And Central FC will pick up possession once again. Here's Ross Russell Jr., son of the former Trinidad and Tobago goalkeeper and coach. Ross Russell also coached Defence Force for a while. Now here's AC Port of Spain. They get it clear. And Sam is off on a run ahead of, but he just dwelled on it too long and it was taken away. And that was Armstrong. Just showed too much of it to the defender. Central trying to move with it forward. Here's Hadid. Finds Wilson and Wilson knocks it out of play. There is a player down on the far side. So there's a need for the trainer. And there's going to be a substitution for AC Port of Spain. They will bring on Bob for... Let's see who he's going to come on for. I think you suggested that Paul may come off.
Well, I suggested, but I'm not the coach. I see the player that's down is Jesse Williams on the far side. But I haven't seen a number as to who is going to be coming off. We really speculating at this time. Might be Jesse. Maybe he's coming on for Jesse. The injury looks serious. He's still down.
Well,
I say that and he's back up almost immediately.
Nothing like a number on the board to scare you. One of the scariest sights for players on the field. I hope it's not my number being called.
Yeah, but it does look like he's coming off, actually.
Well, he has to come off anyway because of the free kick. But whether he's going to not come back on, that is the real question here. So who is it going to come off? So definitely it is going to be Bob who's coming on, and it is Sam who's coming off. So right. The big man up in front, I don't think he wanted to come off at all, but it is Bob who's going to come on in his place.
And he probably would have wanted to be more effective. Didn't have his best game today. I want to say that he definitely made some strong runs, and you know, he is a strong man, and he definitely played his part.
Gets a warm applause as he comes to his bench. Jaden Bob is the new man on. He is the substitute for Athletic Club. So Bob on for Sam. So a different sort of forward here. I think he will go to that forward position. In fact, he has slotted into that. No, there he is actually, just behind the man furthest. In fact, the one who's gone furthest up now for AC Port of Spain is Holder. So different kind of forward for them. Here's the shot. Well, he's just come on, and it didn't quite catch it, Bob, and straight into the arms of the goalkeeper.
He didn't strike it at all. It was more like a back pass. And again, they created this space, a good ball from Hadid across, a good ball back inside. But from Holder, or Wilson rather, but nothing on the end of it there from Bob.
Hadid has had a good game. We talked about him just doing the right things. Coaches always stress on keep it short and simple, and he's done that, and he has grown into this game, so he may have a chance to play to start in the next game based on this performance.
I've always jokingly made the point that somebody like Harry Kane can't make a Trinidad team. You know, keep it simple and direct. No, that's not the Trinidad way, probably. As Williams cuts it out unless Don Paul takes over.
Paul is still on the field, gets it forward towards the man up in front. That's Williams. Holder, correction, and back with the goalkeeper, Bryce. Outside of picking the ball out of his net, not a lot to do here for
not
the
a lot.
Central FC man.
I can't remember him making a save. I mean, the ball, certainly that chance and maybe one or two other shots that went over bar or just wide. He hasn't really done much. Well, neither keeper, really, to be honest.
Yeah, I haven't done a huge amount here. The punter's money will be on Central FC to win this game. AC Port of Spain have drawn 30% of their matches in this season. And that's been one of the problems. They have really struggled to dominate, to win games after dominating them. A player down for Central FC. That's the forward Lee, who might consider himself a bit unlucky not to play more for the national team in the now ended World Cup campaign. Certainly looked good in some of the earlier games.
And there you see a slip. And again, we've been talking about our players losing their footing consistently.
And here is Russell, clips it forward. Nice turn here by David, but couldn't turn it into something more profitable. Driving run forward by Weeks comes to nothing, and they go all the way back with it. Yeah, AC Port of Spain haven't been able to put away teams, and really Central, who are fresher here, they could really snatch it at the end if they're able to put enough pressure on this AC Port of Spain team.
Well, I think there is definitely a goal or two left in this game, so it's gonna have a goal or two.
Cardenas with the cross in. That's a poor cross. Comes straight back to Cardenas. And, well, Dowden just couldn't get the right sort of contact, and it just ballooned easily into the arms of Philip.
Yeah, and again, the chances are starting to appear as players get tired and losing their focus, making mistakes. And both teams are probably going to get a couple of chances to score. And it's going to be the team that keeps and executes.
This next goal could be critical, and it could decide the future of the game. I could see a team collapsing here on the face of the next game. Well, next goal. So just to remind you of the goal scorers, Cyrus in the 19th, Dick in the 24th, 1-1, Central FC versus Athletic Club Port of Spain, or AC Port of Spain, as we like to call them. Later on, it's San Juan JABLOTEH against the Defence Force. Both teams warming up, and you can see the Defence Force team way to the right. They're warming up. Here's the cross coming in, easy for Bryce, and too far ahead of Holder, who is in that forward position. Jones for Central FC, and they're looking to move forward here with some menace. The Central Sharks is easily one of the more dominant teams at the end of the TNT Pro League era, but now rebuilding after a period when they went through that financial adjustment and financial difficulties. They really struggled. They were bottom of the league in 1 year.
Yeah, and then you have to add also the adjustments with the league, where we had the normalization committee and tier 1, tier 2, and a number of different things happening. So it's a new league, different setup possibly. Some of the teams are the same. Jamal Jack doing his job at the back, and he doesn't have to defend a big, strong defender there, so he had to adjust, but he's adjusted well.
Armstrong did well enough to get the tackle in to prevent him from getting forward. It's what you can ask for your forward player. So that second game is going to be a bruising encounter, I fear, for this young San Juan JABLOTEH team. They have to be at their absolute best here against this powerful Defence Force team. And their defense has to be immaculate this evening.
Yeah, and they've been inconsistent. Again, you're getting teams, they seem to be able to play for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then lose focus, concede a goal or concede a period of pressure. And that's been part of the problem with almost all the teams that I've seen, that inconsistency in keeping possession, keeping focus, doing the right things.
Knocks it nicely in. Here's AC Port of Spain on the attack. And here's the new man on, Bob. Can he get the cross in? Manages to retain possession here. Bob, precious little support for him in the middle. Now he has to track all the way back to Weeks. AC Port of Spain squandering a great position there.
Yeah, and he didn't have anybody with him, and it's the tired legs are starting to show.
Yeah, they certainly are for the AC Port of Spain team. And if I was Central, I'd be licking my chops right now, ready to go at them when the ball comes back for them.
Problem is they might not be licking their chops because they themselves.
Oh, that's a great ball and a chance here. Straight into the arms of the goalkeeper. Wow, Bob had a golden opportunity, and it was just a very tame finish indeed.
A back pass is more, but a clear-cut chance. He was put through by Wilson, and all he needed to do was put it either side of Bryce, and he just couldn't do that. He just couldn't put it either side of him.
That looked like a handball, but it's gone the way of Central FC. Here it is with David now. David has an overlapping run on his right. Will he get the shot off here? David looking for Ross Russell Jr. Ross Russell Jr. drives towards the line, and that is a good sliding challenge from Armstrong to put it out for a corner.
Yeah, and again, so they are making a substitution, AC Port of Spain. Maybe the coach has decided he's totally upset with the missed chance. I can see that. And he's might be even more upset. What would upset him more would be if AC Port of Spain concede here.
Brandon Sancho is the young man coming on. And the name Sancho, of course, is related to the Central FC team. Brent Sancho, the former owner of the team. But this is a Brandon Sancho coming on for AC Port of Spain. Interestingly, I'm sure you're aware of this, but the name Sancho is pronounced differently in South. I'm sure you're aware of that. If you go to the Rio Claro area, they would say Sanko.
Yes. I haven't been to Rio Claro for a while. Jesse Williams has come off. He's remonstrating with the coach. And I got to say, that's not a good look. But he's not remonstrating with his coach. He's remonstrating with the other coach. That's even worse.
Yeah, you see, they're having a meeting of minds there that certainly might, right next to the match commissioner. So that would certainly might end up in the report. Here is David hitting this one towards the far side, headed in and headed away by Cyrus. Deflected and well saved by Marvin Phillip.
And a couple of players down, a clash of heads there.
Yeah, it is. And on the far side, 2 players down, but a good save by Marvin Phillip. That was deflected. He's earning his money there with that save.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure who the players down. We can't see them right now. Looks like might be trying to see from this angle. Could be Leston Paul.
A couple of players going up for during that corner. Yeah, just going back to Williams having that discussion with the coach. I'm not sure if the coach pulled him up on something, but he was very angry in terms of his response.
Well, he was talking to the coach from Central FC, not his coach from AC Port of Spain. So that makes it even more curious. In the meantime, Leston Paul has gotten up. The other player from Central FC is down, and could be the substitute that came on, number 25.
Sancho is going to come on, and who's he going to replace here?
Well, Williams, because he's walked off the field. Well, no, he's coming on for Armstrong. Is it that Jesse Williams got a red card? Well, because he's off the field, and I didn't see. So we are gonna start counting players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, I think he's been sent off.
Yeah, it looks like that did in fact happen. As we're pondering a couple of the points in this game, and I'm not sure why that is, but
well, that's his second game in a row that he's been sent off.
So Williams off here for Athletic Club, and that will certainly lessen their chances of winning this game.
Because you're looking at Trinidad and Tobago football, Premier League football, live from the Attobolden Stadium, AC Port of Spain in the yellow and orange, going right to left on your screens, Central FC in all red. Jamal Jack was the player down. He's back up.
Yeah, he looks to be okay now, Jamal Jack. So Jesse Williams off, and a couple of yellow cards to go with that. Russell was one of them who got the yellow card, and Armstrong also got one. Sam got a yellow card before he went off. He's been replaced by Bob. Nice little turn there by the number 22, Neptune. Another player going down. And AC Port of Spain, temper starting to boil over here on the field. The coach getting up, players pointing fingers at each other. I think they're going to have to, the referees are going to have to look very closely at what's happening here.
Yeah, and so we didn't actually see the red card being brandished. We did see the jump for the ball. I did see a couple of tackles, but I can't say that I saw anything that at the moment. So, but it is true. They are down to 9 men.
And there wasn't a huge amount of protest from his own players. That's the other thing. Here's David with the cross. Or another player slips, but the ball doesn't fall kindly for Central FC. This is now Central FC's game to win here. AC Port of Spain are struggling. They're holding on by their fingernails at the moment.
And now that they're down to 10 men and holding on, it makes that miss from Bob even more important.
Great ball out. He's onside. Here's a chance here for Central FC to go ahead. Took too long, and now it's saved by the goalkeeper. The rebound over the crossbar. That should have been a goal for Central FC.
And that just was an opportunity going a begging. He got in. He cut inside. He was patient. He took his time. But he might have taken just that extra minute, extra second too long, and the chance was gone before he could realize it.
Well, the ball actually came off on a Central FC player before it went out. And the Central FC, well, the AC Port of Spain players, including the goalkeeper Marvin Phillip, were remonstrating with the second official, Trevon Mitchell, on the far side. They felt that that was, in fact, offside. Tell you what, I thought that he was onside, at least from what we've seen here.
And that was Cardenas, is the player that was cutting in and swinging back and forth there. Number 24, one of the substitutes. So he's full of energy. And again, there's Marvin Phillips slipping as he kicks out. And he's got to be careful with it.
He's holding. Well, he held on briefly to his hamstring, but he seems to be okay. Philip, thing about this Attleborden Stadium surface. Yes, it hasn't rained a lot, but there's a lot of moisture just below the surface, and I'm not sure if the root system is deep enough to really. So once you dig in there, here's a chance here for Central. Brilliantly saved by Marvin Phillip, and AC Port of Spain get it clear only just. Great save by Phillip. Oh, that could have been Central FC away to a 2-1 lead.
And it almost should have been a really good driving run there and a shot. So they're getting closer.
Well, the longer they take without getting this chance, it's going to be more and more frustrating, and that may eat away at them also. Nice turn here by the man who's come on and gets the cross in, Neptune. Well, actually, that was Neptune, correction. Takes it onto the left foot and hits towards goal. And that just flies through a clutch of bodies and out for a goal kick.
Yeah, and that was an attempt there by Thomas. He's trying to make things happen. He's been an effective player. So right now they're going to bring off Neptune and they're bringing on number 6.
Gibson is the man coming on. That's Rondell Gibson. Rondell with 1 L, that is. So Rondell Gibson is on for Neptune.
And I saw Gibson a couple of games earlier, and I thought he was a really good player. So, again, it might be just a rotation. Maybe players are tired. They're trying to make sure everybody you don't want to overwork your players when you have a tough league. It's 12 teams, so it's 22 matches. And then that doesn't take into account the other competitions the teams may have.
That's right. This is critical here for these teams to build up that level of fitness. And certainly the TTPFL, the top league here in Trinidad and Tobago. So you're watching action here on Wave TV.
And Wilson called for the foul there. And I think it was more a slip, and I think Alvin Jones might have been lucky to get away with that.
That's the thing about Jones. He doesn't complain. He doesn't remonstrate with the referee. He just picks up the ball and he gets on with it. That's one of the great things about his game. To see Alvin Jones argue with a referee in a game is very rare, and that's only if he feels absolutely aggrieved with the decision.
Yeah. So AC Port of Spain are down to 10 men.
Here is Russell, not far away. That was, I thought it was going to be a cross. Turned out to be a really testing shot on goal at the goal defended by Phillip.
Yeah, and it just seemed to slide off his foot just a little bit. I think he was intending it to be a cross, sort of going back towards the center of the penalty area. But it just slid off his foot. And Phillip is down. And we've seen him slip a couple of times. You said you also noticed that he might have clutched his hamstring a couple of times. And it might be that
And that's what he's doing again. The left hamstring, that's what he was holding on. It might be a hip problem also. He's also holding on to that left hip.
So they might need to bring on a goalkeeper here. Again, the surface, maybe the incorrect footwear, causing some problems for both teams, but more so for the players from AC Port of Spain. 42 minutes gone, so we're close to the end of the game. Yeah. At this point, I think the tactics for AC Port of Spain is they're just trying to hold on.
Yeah, they are at the moment here. They have to all hands on deck at the moment for the team in yellow and orange. But for the team in red, if they do not go on to win this one, this will feel for them like almost like a loss.
And it's going to be frustrating. Julius Edwards, he has, in a couple of interviews that we have had, he's talked about the fact that at times he thinks his team has done enough to win the game, but they don't come away with the victory. And that has to weigh on you as a coach all the time.
It does eat away at the players too, doesn't it?
It does. Definitely does.
So just 2 more minutes to go and change and time added on for stoppages in this encounter. We've had a fair amount of them in this game, so we could possibly have maybe 3 or 4 minutes. Jones gets it clear, tries to get an attack going, but AC Port of Spain, who really should have been in front here, Bob having 2 chances and perhaps the best chance of the game. A clear-cut opportunity. All he had to do was beat the keeper.
Well, as I said,
lobbed it back to him.
If he put it to his left 6 inches or to his right 6 inches, it would be 2-1. But instead, he put it dead center, straight into the hands of Bryce.
Straight down the pipe, as they say. Here's Russell trying to get past, but the defense holds for the moment. Here is Hadid. Gets the pass off. And that is straight into the back of the man who's come on there, Gibson. And easy to spot Gibson with the red headband. And, of course, those bright, it's that fluorescent green. Always mix up green and yellow.
Yeah, he's got those fluorescent green boots. A long ball, but Jamal Jack has definitely been a pillar at the back. He's not hardly made any errors. He's not done anything out of character. He's an international class defender, and he's played that way today.
Yeah, he certainly has, Jamal Jack. He's been the rock at the back for them, and here he is again, positioning himself well. Well, almost gave the ball there. He held it well under the challenge of Brandon Sancho. Here comes Central FC. They have 30 seconds in normal time remaining here. They've had a couple of chances in the last 5 minutes. Can they take advantage of this possession now? They've given it away to AC Port of Spain, who come driving down the left-hand side. Now they have given it away. Runs kindly here for Central FC. Gibson. Directing traffic in the middle here. Here's David. He has Russell calling for it. That was a very, very slow delivery to Russell. 5 minutes of time added on for stoppages. Russell again driving at the defense. Taken away by Hadid, who has done his chances of a starting position no harm at all with this performance. And now can he convert this run into a goal for AC Port of Spain? Well, and again it is Bob who skies his effort.
Well, everything was done right. And Bob has to be holding his head. He's gotten 3 good opportunities and muffed every single one of them. Every single one. And again, great work by Hadid. Made the space. And Bob just fluffed that shot. So 10 men had the 11 men on the run for just a second.
Not a great pass again. A lot of tired legs out there. And it's starting to show for both teams. Great credit there to Hadid with that run. And it was a really calm and wonderful pass there to Bob. And I think he had opportunity. He had enough time to take another touch, didn't he?
He did, but he rushed the shot and didn't really have anything, and didn't have any balance. Again, we're not sure if his footing was compromised.
Sancho to Bob. Back to Hadid. Sancho. Slips and slides, but Russell stands firm. Here's Gibson now. Gets it out towards the right-hand side. Almost 2 minutes of time added on has gone already. Here's Central now. Can those fresh legs tell here for them in the later stages of the game? Here's Gibson. Out towards the right-hand side. The cross comes towards Thomas. And here is Antoine. Not close enough to Russell here. Back to Ross Russell Jr. Can he get this one in? David drives towards the line. David gets the cross on. It's over the head of everyone. And away towards the far side. They could. Well, that's finally cleared. Still, it's with the Central FC team. They're campaigning out. Here's the shot from distance and straight into the midriff of Marvin Phillip, who makes the spot.
Yeah, he makes his save look easy there, but good positioning by him. And again, just a couple of errant passes, pressure on, Long ball that's not really not going anywhere. We have a player down for Central. He's camped out on the far side. Well, way out on the far side. So again, we just have about 2 or 3 minutes to go here. No team here has really stamped their authority on the. Oh, that was just.
Oh, this is good. Looking dicey here. Well, there are two players arming up here and Cardenas is going to get the yellow card. Well, Cardenas, what's happened here? He may have stepped on the goalkeeper. I'm not sure it was deliberate at all.
I don't think it was. And I think what AC Port of Spain Primus is suggesting is that he might have been offside. I don't think he was offside either.
Well, Primus is having a long conversation, and this is not the first time they have been hurling words at Trevon Mitchell on the far side.
Well, it was the player that got into it. There was Holder that got into it with Cardenas. Both of them going for the ball, and I think Cardenas was just a little desperate. I don't think he was ever going to get to that ball.
No. He poked out a foot, and he may have trod on Marvin Phillip. I think that's why the defender reacted that way. But and I think the referee saw it, so that's why he gave the yellow card to Cardenas. Now, he would have interpreted it as not being deliberate, or else he would have been off the park.
Yeah, definitely. But as it stands, it's still 10 men of AC Port of Spain playing 11 men of Central FC. Score is still 1-1. And at this point, we're down to probably the last minute or so.
Well, we're just 25 seconds away, in fact. And there's the whistle to restart play. Marvin Phillip with it. Precious little time here for a winner. A winner now would certainly be cruel on either of these two teams. 1-1 certainly is a great reflection of the way things have went here in this match. Here's Hadid. Can he change things for his team late in the game? With the left foot, that's a lovely ball stroked through, but maybe a bit too close to it to Jones, who gets across to it and turns away from the forward. That's experience showing there as he gets the ball away. And Central FC have only seconds to go here.
Yeah, that was really good, calm defending by Jones.
Really just showing his experience. He's also campaigned in the USA, Alvin Jones. Here's the cross coming in towards the far side. Cardenas is there. Can he get the shot off? He does! But straight at the goalkeeper. The good save. Not a powerful shot by any means. And that certainly is going to mean this game is going to end in a draw.
And again, he got a chance there, didn't volley it. He waited, put the ball down. And when he hit it, it hit a defender and lost some of the power.
There is the final whistle here at the Atterbolden Stadium, and for the second time in just over a week, the story is AC Port of Spain have been left frustrated. It finishes MIC Central FC 1, Athletic Club Port of Spain 1, a game that promised to be a battle for the top 5, but in the end, we're left just as we are. Status quo has been maintained.
And I think based on what the form coming in and what we saw today, the result was fair for both teams. I didn't see anything that each team. There were a couple of better chances by AC Port of Spain, but really and truly, both teams had chances to win the game. Both teams had chances to lose the game.
That's
and
right.
They didn't take either.
Well, AC Port of Spain did what they had to do early on. The veteran Daniel Cyrus getting the goal in the 19th minute to put them ahead.
And then that equalizer from Armstrong. And I think a really good finish in the end. So 1-1. Of course, with the second match is Sanwa JABLOTEH versus Defense Force. So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, you're going to hear the starting lineups for the Defense Force and Sanwa JABLOTEH.
The dust is barely settled after that one-off deadlock between Central FC and AC Port of Spain for Defence Force. That result will be a perfect appetite. Welcome back to the Atherbolden Stadium for the main event. The equation for the Tetron boys has suddenly become very simple, with Police sitting on 22 points and Club Sando on 21. The Army enters this match on 20 points, a chance for them to go top. I'm Vinny Ramphal alongside Christopher Gill. And Chris, this is going to be a very interesting game. The team, the shadow leaders of this competition against San Juan Jabloteh, a very useful team who have conceded over 2 goals a game.
And not only that, we are looking at a Defence Force team that has not been beaten in quite some time in local football play. This far in the league, they have not lost one single game. I think the record goes right now, it's 6 wins and 2 draws. So they are in line to, as you say, take the lead of the league with another win. San Juan Jabloteh are trying to find their feet. They've been up and down, inconsistent, conceding far too many goals, scoring too little. In the conversation with the coach, I didn't get a chance to talk to the Defence Force coach, but I did speak to San Juan Jabloteh, and he's made 3 main changes, as he says, down the center, down the spine of his team: central defense, central midfield, and central attacker. He's brought in a new player. He has Leacock at the back, so it's going to be really good.
It certainly will be, and if you do the math, the prize is undeniable. 3 points tonight for the Defence Force, and they will end up at the top of the TNT Premier Football League. Standing between them and the summit are the San Juan Kings. San Juan arrive here as distinct underdogs. They've conceded 21 goals this season. Only Phoenix has had a leakier defence this year. But don't write them off. They're a fighting team, fighting for respect. And tonight they have a point to prove against the champions, don't they?
They do. And I think one of the things the coach was talking about, he's brought in Isaiah Leacock at the back. He says Leacock is coming off of injury. He's definitely think. And he has a couple other players that he has to get into the rotation. But then when you look at the other side, you have Kevin Molino. You're talking about experience that you just can't, he's a quality player. You have Sheldon Batu, again, strong defense. You have Justin Sadu, really good in the midfield. So this Defence Force team is top notch.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're going to be very, very difficult to beat. The narrative certainly has been written for this one. The Army discipline versus the Kings' unpredictability. A win for San Juan Jabloteh will certainly be the biggest upset for this year and maybe for the last 10 years. A win for Defence Force is a statement that they are the new league leaders. The soldiers are ready, the Kings are waiting, and it's time for the kickoff. San Juan Jabloteh just coming out of their huddle, and you can see the difference in the disparity between the teams. A very, very young San Juan Jabloteh team against the toughened, the hardened veterans.
Very much so. Of course, you're looking at Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League. This is the second game in a doubleheader. San Juan Jabloteh in green and white. Defence Force in yellow with some blue splashes, if you want to call it that, and the uniform.
Very familiar outfit there. First touch for their keeper Williams to get it clear, and let's see how Defence Force settle. It's immediately at the boot of Kevin Molino, who does his thing, dribbling past one and a second, but good recovering run to get past and maintain possession here for San Juan Jabloteh. They get it over towards the right-hand side where Webb is. An exciting young talent is Webb. Also Garcia in there and Foston, some exciting players for the San Juan Jabloteh team. And this man, Sheldon Batu, he has been the marquee signing for Defence Force, coming back in September this year. Huge amount of experience from him.
Huge. He was playing out in Belgium, I believe, for a spell. He might have been out on somewhere else besides that, but I know he was in Belgium for a while.
Belgium, Kazakhstan, Turkey, and some other countries in there too.
So again, you're bringing that level, that international level experience. You have that with Molino. Here's Molino on the ball.
Trying to get past one defender, and he seems to have fouled the player. He's been called up for it, so that's going to be the ball back with San Juan Jabloteh. So the Army are the only unbeaten team, as you pointed out, in the tournament. 6 wins and 2 draws. They've only played 8 games. They have 2 games in hand, and they are the juggernaut, really, quietly stalking the leaders. And for those who are not familiar with Trinidad and Tobago football, they are the most outstanding team to ever play football in Trinidad.
And I don't know if you know, I think the Defense Force might be one of the only local teams, and this is a good while back, to reach as far. I think they reached almost to a semi-final of a Copa Libertadores, I think.
Well, Copa Libertadores is for countries, but for the champions, what is now the Champions League in CONCACAF, they got to the final, and that was in 1986, if I remember correctly.
And here they are opening up. They definitely started more intense.
Cross driven in here off the foot of the defender. It falls nicely in the box. There's a player down, penalty. Defense Force get an early penalty. Molino goes down, and San Juan Jabloteh are absolutely mystified by this.
Well, again, they just seem to come out a bit slow out of the box. Molino was sharp in the box. He took it, and he really had no right getting to that ball, quite honestly. And I think at this point, San Juan cannot blame themselves or anybody else, I want to say, other than themselves, for giving away that penalty.
So 3rd minute of the game, and Kevin Molino has won a penalty for his team. And he looks like the one who's going to take it himself, is he? No, he's not going to take it.
Or is he?
No, he's not, in fact.
Might be number 11.
Looks like it has gone to number 11, Thomas. It's actually St. Hilaire. No, number 11, Thomas, looks like the one to take it. Well, he is left-footed, so his number is not exactly exposed to us here. Penalty for Defense Force. They could go ahead early here. Stutter steps. And into the corner. 1-0 Defense Force in the 4th minute. And the Army are rolling here early in this game.
And that is a setback that I think San Juan Jabloteh did not need. So, penalty converted. And a really missed opportunity, or I want to say poor lapsed football in the defense by San Juan Jabloteh. A ball that definitely the defender should have gotten to. He seemed to hesitate, or just got off to a slow start to get into the ball, and Molino was in a flash, and in getting there he fouled Molino, and I'm not sure that there was much doubt in the free kick.
Kaheem Thomas was the man who scored the goal, so 1-0 inside the 4th minute, and the Army keep on rolling here, and a task that looked very difficult, if not insurmountable, for this young San Juan Jabloteh team has gotten even worse, if that were possible right now. This one's played out towards the right-hand side for Webb. And that's off the body of the defender. It will be back to San Juan Jabloteh. And that's 22 goals now conceded by San Juan Jabloteh in the competition. And this is their 11th game. So that is a terrible record for them.
Yeah, and well, that is a silly foul to give away there. The player wasn't really going anywhere. And that was just a silly foul by Bailey.
Another outstanding young player, Jaheim Fostin, is out there for San Juan Jabloteh. A chance for them to strike back immediately here.
And, but unlike the previous game, we've had action in the first 5 minutes here.
Yes, that's right. And Jaheim Fostin, of course, his dad would have played for the Defense Force. So he's playing against his dad's old team here. So he would love to score against them. Just to prove to his, it'll be an interesting dinner table discussion.
All right, well, yeah, this referee is calling the wall back full. That looks like a full proper 12 yards, and they still haven't gone back the way he's want them.
Well, the Army is saying no, that's not so at all, but they're protesting and just making sure that they get back to the approved distance here.
And it looks like Fostin is over the ball himself, that he's going to take the free kick.
Samuel Andrew, the referee today. So who's going to hit this one here? 2 players involved. And here is the free kick for San Juan Jabloteh into the wall. Comes back out on another player, falls down. And here's Molino out like a 100-meter runner. Boy, he looked like he was just sprinting away from everyone. And don't forget, he's in his late 30s. And he's running past the youngsters as if they're not even there.
Looked like sort of Usain Bolt versus the rest.
Yeah.
But again, the danger has passed, and well, that looked like a tough challenge there. That came in on the back. He came in on the back of the player there, and then I can't have much complaints that Sadu, giving away that free kick.
Sadu went down, and well, it back here with the defense force. Knocked on here. Here's the cross coming in from the defense force. Taken down by Molino on the shot. Well, it's ruled as a handball here against Molino.
He got it. A bit unlucky. I think the ball rebounded, hit off his thigh and into his hand, but certainly a handball, and referee there to spot it. JABLOTEH trying to build. They haven't had a chance to really possess the ball or do anything with it.
JABLOTEH now trying to move forward, but that's chipped too far ahead. And easy here for the goalkeeper. So another touch here for Williams. And here's Sheldon Batu. And not mistaken, Batu actually would have started at San Juan JABLOTEH as a teenager.
Yes.
Robert Primus were the central defensive pairing that used by Terry Fennick in one of their seasons.
He definitely would have played at San Juan JABLOTEH under Terry Fennick. And I think Terry is who got him that initial move out to, I think it was Mechelen in Belgium. But you can correct me, I might be wrong. In the meantime,
this one's driven in towards the near post and cleared. That was a goal scorer, Thomas, who got the ball in. Yeah, and certainly San Juan JABLOTEH have continued with their policy of blooding young players. If you're good enough, you are old enough. That's what their policy is. And the club continuing with that tradition. Quite a few very young players here on this San Juan JABLOTEH team.
Just moving in, a couple of players here. Molino.
It's across Thomas. Yes, Thomas with the ball into the area, headed away, at least for the moment. Back with the defense force. They're camping out outside. Oh, that's a lovely ball in. Oh, just not on the same wavelength. The angle of the pass really defeated.
It ended up going straight to the goalkeeper, but the idea was correct. And again, I think they're just trying to get used to the pitch conditions, the pace of the ball off the pitch. We've been talking about that. When the ball skids off the pitch, it does seem to pick up a little bit of momentum, or doesn't really slow down that much.
Yes, I think you're correct there. A physics student might question that first decision. So Arahu Wilson was the player who went down there for defense force. Defensive midfielder for them as they come a-calling down the right-hand side. They've always had pacey wingers, the defense force. And here is a nice little touch there by the goal scorer. Another player going down in the area. This time it's not anything much. That looked like Arahu Wilson, was it, who went down?
Yeah, that was him, and he was, again, just allowed to run a full, 50, 60 yards with the ball. So San Juan JABLOTEH need to figure out how to defend this aggressive defense force attacking.
And relentless, too. Here's the goal scorer. He gets the cross in, and well handled by the keeper. Made the initial stop. It will come back here to defense force. Felix lets it run out of play. And boy, Devon Chosling is absolutely livid on his touchline there. Two former defense force players are coaching here today.
Yes. And I think that shows the legacy of the club, not just in creating great players, but then players who went on to and totally just make sure that, as you say, give back to the sport in a real substantive way. Batu.
Marvin Gordon actually left defense force to come across to San Juan JABLOTEH and given the task of rebuilding the team. And here is the defense force on the attack here again. Kevin Molino takes over control of proceedings, but now it's been taken away from him. And San Juan JABLOTEH have a rare chance to run forward here. That's poked forward into space, looking for the run here of Webb. But young Malachi Webb is unable to get in on the end of it. I do believe that he is related to Wesley Webb, the outstanding St. Benedict's College and national youth player who would have played in the 1980s. I don't know if you have had a chance to see Wesley Webb, but he was a great player indeed.
I might have. That would be a good while back. I think I pulling some years. The other day we were talking about the 1981 Intercol final between Mukurapuro and John Donaldson.
Oh, yes.
And then, of course, you had players.
Ian Clausel would have been involved in that, wouldn't he?
Yes, he was there. We had some other players from the era of '86 with Leonson Lewis and I want to say Russell Latapi, I think.
Yes, Russell was at San Fernando Technical, in fact, for a year.
I think I saw that he might have gotten married. If that's what I did see. Nuptials, congratulations, Mr. Latapi. And there are other dignitaries around, stars. Brent Sancho is here. I see Lendell Simmons is right down there in the white shirt. Yeah, that's Lendell.
Outstanding World Cup winner for the West Indies, Lendl Simmons here, enjoying the football. Not sure how much football he played, but know he loves the game. And Brent Sancho, former Minister of Sport, former owner of the Central FC team, away to our right, recently appointed as the Overseas Recruitment Officer for Trinidad and Tobago Football Association. And Brent here scouting some talent of his own.
Yeah, and then, of course, Brent would have been one of those players that went to the World Cup for Trinidad and Tobago in 2006.
Yes, and so we have a couple of World Cup players in different sports here with us today. So nice to have them involved in the game, at least as spectators here today. That one coming off the chest of Garcia and out on the far side for a throw-in. Not much from San Juan JABLOTEH so far, is it? They've been hemmed in by this Defence Force team.
They've been really pinned back in the midfield. I think Molino, I'm seeing Wilson, Felix, they've sort of dominated that midfield for the time being. And that Thomas, they've definitely made it difficult for San Juan JABLOTEH to find space to play their football.
Defence Force are third in the table on 20 points. They're sitting just 2 behind leaders Police. 2 games in hand. A win tonight could effectively propel them into that title position based on points per game. They really are the shadow leaders of this competition with those 2 games in hand. San Juan JABLOTEH in 7th place, 12 points, stuck in the mid-table, and 3 points behind 6th place, a full game behind. That just sums up their game so far.
Yeah, that
just
pass,
a couple of touches.
That pass was... He had 2 players ahead of him, and he put the pass behind both of them. And so both couldn't readjust. So again...
Here's San Juan JABLOTEH in some trouble here. Marvin Gordon screaming to his players to get them moving here. Eventually it falls to Valentine, and Valentine's pass, that could have gone anywhere. It could have fallen nicely there for St. Hilaire, who was lurking in just behind.
Definitely got away with one there.
Yeah, it has been very hurried from San Juan JABLOTEH. Whenever they get the ball, it seems that Defence Force are playing with 13 players at the moment here. They're well-structured, well-drilled, this Defence Force team. And San Juan JABLOTEH have not been allowed anything. Gordon is driving them on here against his former team. And that's another very useful clearance there from Defence Force. Molino's trying to get this away from Max Shine. All the way back to
JABLOTEH are enjoying some sort of possession right now, but mostly in their half. So you got to say it's possession and not necessarily productive possession.
Yeah, they are trying to build. Now that one is another feisty-looking pass that eludes the defender and goes all the way from McShine that time. Now they're forced into the long pass. Bato is there, but comes off the head of the player in front of him, Araujo Wilson. Now here's Wilson again, taking it down nicely. I will sort things out here for Defence Force. Here's Felix, all the way back to his goalkeeper, Williams, who's already ordered. Oh, there's another player going down here. It gives a chance here to JABLOTEH. At least briefly, there was an opportunity there for Foston, but just pushed it too far in front of him.
And again, we've been talking about that. So I'm not sure. Again, we keep saying maybe the players don't have the right equipment, but certainly not all the players are slipping. We saw in the first game, the keeper Marvin Phillip went down a couple of times.
Which led to the goal, the equalizer.
Which led to the goal. And we just saw a mistake where a defender went down, and luckily he didn't have to pay the price.
Yeah, luckily for that. And I think it's that moisture that's lurking just below the surface. And we talked about the root structure. I don't know how deep it is here. I haven't really gotten an agronomist to look at it, but maybe it's not that deep. So when you dig in, you get into that moist area just below the grass, and it's slipping and sliding almost all of these players.
Ball goes out of play. So far, we've just covered more than 15 minutes of the game. You are looking at Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League action live from the Atto Bolden Stadium. The first game, AC Port of Spain, Central FC ended in a 1-1 draw. This is the second game, San Juan JABLOTEH in green and the Defence Force in yellow.
Here's Williams to get this one clear. That will come to the boot of Martin, the captain for the San Juan JABLOTEH team. And they're being hustled and harried at the back. This one's cleared forward to no one in particular. Well, on Boxing Day, San Juan JABLOTEH suffered a demoralizing 2-1 loss to Eagles, who were 9th in place at the time. And Defence Force, they were well rested. Their game against Central FC was postponed. We talked about that earlier. So they are fresher and better prepared for this one.
Well, Eagles has been coming on. They started off the season horribly. I think it was almost 5 losses, 1 draw in their first 6 games. And since that time, they've definitely come on. Well, probably I think their first 7 games might be 6 losses and 1 draw. They've come a long way since then. Their team has looked a lot better. And they have some really good players.
Yes, Bato at the back for Defence Force. Boy, as he added a layer of protection and composure and confidence to this Defence Force team, are one of the big reasons why they've only conceded 7 goals in these 8 games that they've played. They may not be happy with that either, but they have kept it down. They have the best defensive record in the tournament.
Yeah, and that's
its way across.
That's why they haven't been beaten. That's less than a goal a game.
St. Hilaire gets the cross in, headed away at the first attempt for San Juan JABLOTEH. St. Hilaire will have another bite of the cherry here. They certainly have drawn the iron curtain across their defensive structures. The Defence Force with just those 7 goals in 8 matches.
Yeah, and that's key. If you're not conceding goals, that is always going to be a strong point. You're good defensively. Then you can build the other, from the back. You can build your midfield and they've been scoring goals. It's not that the Defence Force haven't been scoring goals. They have. So it's tough to beat a combination of a team that doesn't concede goals and scores goals.
Counting today, it's 19 goals for them. The 19th goal coming from the penalty spot. Thomas the scorer, and that was back in the 4th minute. We are in the 19th minute now. And here comes San Juan JABLOTEH looking to get a chance here. Finally, some space on the right-hand side. But a good cross coming in, and that's cushioned back. Look at that. That is composed defending by Garcia. Just cushioned it back to his keeper.
Really composed defending. I was confident defending, to say the least. But we have a player down. It looks like it might be the Garcia who did do the defending.
So a chance here for the teams to take a break. It's been a hot start here by Defence Force, going a goal ahead very early. But for San Juan JABLOTEH, they have, I think they would have expected this. They would expect Defence Force to come out firing early.
Yeah, I think they expected it, but I still think they weren't prepared for it the way they should have been. They lost focus in that first 5 minutes, and the goal really was as a result. The goal really was as a result of them losing focus more than the quality of play. He just didn't get to that tackle in time, and again he ended up paying the price by fouling Kevin Molino rather than getting to the ball.
Well, the number 9, Webb, is full from the assistant coach at the moment. So not a hairdryer sort of airful, but close enough to it. So he had something to think about. And the assistant coach is also getting in the air here of Peters. Jelani Peters has been around for quite a while for San Juan JABLOTEH.
And so they need to reset. And they're a young team, and that's one of the problems. You get a young team, they get unsettled early, tempers start to flare, people lose their focus as what they're supposed to do or what their specific job is, and then the whole thing falls apart. But so far, to their credit, they haven't done that. They've stuck to their guns so far. They find themselves a goal down, but they've kept their composure. They're not executing as I think the coach would like, but they're certainly not in as bad a position as I think they could have been. They've stemmed the tide thus far.
Players restarted here with a drop ball as the Defence Force player comes back he got some treatment. So Defence Force temporarily down to 10 men here. And here's Molino. A bit of head tennis going on in the middle of the field at the moment. And that's a great ball by JABLOTEH. A chance for them to get level here. He gets inside the defender. Can he get the shot off? He does, off the chest of the defender. Appeals for a penalty here, but it was clearly off the middle of the chest.
Oh, and he did the right thing, but again, lost his footing a bit, had to struggle. When he did the cutback, he wasn't right there, and by the time he got the shot in, there were like 3 or 4 defenders in his way. Couldn't get through that.
Good run by Malachi Webb, and a really great ball by Garcia to play him in. So that's what the young players... that's the next generation of San Juan JABLOTEH. Next generation is now for them at the moment. Those two combining beautifully to carve open this Defence Force defense. So that hasn't been easy for any team in this competition so far.
But it wasn't a full chance. We want to say, like, good half a chance here. Here's another opportunity.
Driven into the box here. Just comes off the foot of the defender. Back with JABLOTEH at the edge of the box here. Can they find a way in here against this Defence Force team? This is played out towards the left-hand side, headed back into touch, but Defence Force will not get, they will get the ball as a foul was committed by Faustin on the far side.
And it's going to take something special from the players on San Juan JABLOTEH to get past goalkeeper Isaiah Williams. It's not going to be easy. It's going to take a really something special. So they have the skill. If that opportunity arises, hopefully they will, and we'll see something special.
Defending champions Defence Force have won 2 out of the 3 league titles available so far in the TNT Premier Football League. Here's driving forward is St. Hilaire. Here's Molino now, back to St. Hilaire, gets the return pass to Molino, and across. Oh, there's 2 players empty, and has he missed it? Yes, he has. Oh my, how did he miss that? He had the keeper beaten and somehow managed to put it away from goal, did Bailey.
But I would have bet my whole lotto numbers, my house, my car. If I had an airplane, my word. It came to him in almost slow motion, and somehow he contrived to put the ball past his left-hand post. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable.
The defense was beaten. He had the keeper down on the ground and somehow could not put it in. Tyrese Bailey, another one of the outstanding youngsters coming through for Defence Force. Saw him a couple of years ago in the under-20 leagues, and I've seen him at youth football. So he is another one of those, the coming generation of players for Trinidad and Tobago. And
well,
Webb.
Defence Force should have been 2-0 up
very easily, and San Juan JABLOTEH might argue they should have had a goal also. Arajo Wilson has fouled the San Juan JABLOTEH player, and here they go. They started play quickly here, and here's Leacock. Can he get the cross in? He gets it onto his right foot and back onto his left. Toying with the Defence Force. Here's a shot!
Oh.
And just over the crossbar from, that was off the boot of McShine.
Yeah, and good work by Leacock. Turned his man one way, then the other, then again. Created the space, and he was waiting for that, for his support player to come in. Again, side foot shot, and I think if I was him, I would have gone for the instep and drive the ball as hard as and low as possible, but high and wide.
So Defence Force, 19 goals, just 7 conceded so far, and they have those 2 games in hand. That will certainly do them a lot of good as the tournament goes on. That's nicely kept in play there by Thomas, the goal scorer. Here's Molino. Oh, Molino does well here. That was a difficult ball, and he manages to hold on to possession. Then again, that when you're Kevin Molino, you make the most difficult things look very easy.
And he made it look really easy there, to be honest.
I tell you what, that last goal in his international career against Jamaica, if you remember, if you haven't seen the goal, look at it on, just Google it and you'll see. He saw the Jamaica defender coming at him. He just looked at him as he slid by and just easily knocked it into the net. That was absolutely brilliant.
And that's something about quality players. They just make things look so slow in reality when it's happening at breakneck speed.
They just seem to have so much more time. And I guess it's that level of anticipation that they have over the other players, mere mortals around them. At a level of understanding of the game to know what's going to happen next and to prepare themselves for it. This one's played to McShine. McShine forward here for San Juan JABLOTEH. They're looking for the run of Webb. Webb is offering again on the right-hand side. He slips slightly and allows Defence Force to take it over.
And he takes it right back over. And that's one of the patterns we see. Giveaway and then a giveaway again. Oh, and the defender slipped and fell.
Pass here. The defender goes down and gets back in time to just guide it back towards his keeper. What's the referee's decision here? Well, he's having a word with Leacock. Apparently, Leacock said something out of turn, and he's decided to pull him up on it.
But the defender fell, and right away you had Faustin in, and he just didn't react in time. I think he needed to take the ball and go towards goal, and had he driven towards goal there, he might have had a chance, at least a shot on goal. In the end, there wasn't even a shot on goal.
San Juan JABLOTEH, one of the giants of local football. Team, the San Juan Kings, as they are called, in action here against the Kings of Trinidad and Tobago Club Football Defence Force. It has a record number of National League titles for San Juan for Defence Force. Played towards Foston again, and the defender does well to head back in. That's Garcia on the far side, heading back to his goalkeeper. They're struggling for identity right now, San Juan JABLOTEH.
Yes.
They've gone past that period of greatness, and they're now in the rebuild.
Yeah, and it's always hard when you have a hard act to follow. As I said, during the Pro League days, they would have won a couple of titles well under Terry Fennick. And you trying to get back to that level is always going to be difficult. And especially when you have young players and you're trying to build. So it's a work in progress.
Certainly is. Here's Molino prodding it into space here. Defense Force take it over. Thomas now has the ball at his feet, looking for Molino, who was free at the top of the box. And San Juan JABLOTEH have been bailed out by the call for foul. A foul committed here, it looks like, by Caithan St. Hilaire.
But the defending has been better. They've settled down at the back a little bit. They are getting their midfield working. They are creating a couple of half chances up front. So they need to take their chances when they do come.
Here's the ball forward, looking for the run here again of Webb. Webb as a defender for company, and the second defender coming in, Araujo Wilson, was the one who dispossessed him. Here he is again, not finding Molino this time. Here's McShine with a shot from distance, and no power in it really, and it's easy for Williams to collect.
Yeah, and that is what I suppose he got the opportunity. You gotta, it's at least it was on target, but you gotta really put your foot through that ball, you know. So let's hope they can get some better shots, get a closer, you know. And that's a foul.
Yeah, Leacock was hit in the back there by Batu, who's apologizing to the referee. He's a seasoned pro, Batu. He knows you don't want to get on the referee's bad side by arguing with him. He just apologized like a good choir boy.
But he knows what he did. He knows what he did.
All of these experienced defenders, they are well practiced in the dark arts, as they call them.
A couple of players going forward for San Juan JABLOTEH. I haven't seen any real set plays. We haven't had any corners, I think, based on memory.
Just a couple from Defence Force, actually, but nothing coming. It wasn't as what we saw in the previous game, where corners were a real test for the defensive team, especially when AC Port of Spain had them, with those big units up front. Batu is well, this one's driven in! And that is off the post and cleared by Batu. He really surprised the goalkeeper, thought the cross was coming in, and hammered it towards goal and almost scored.
And it just clipped the inside of the post. I'm not sure if Isaiah Williams got fingertips to it, and that might have made the difference between it going in and then it going out, coming off of the post. But that was really close, and just a really classic opportunity there. I want to say a good attempt by Leacock. He surprised him.
Here's the corner for San Juan JABLOTEH. It's off the head of McShine, I believe, and it will go back to a JABLOTEH player. Here's the cross coming in. The second ball. What can they make of it? Headed on, and the keeper came for it. It was always going to be his ball. Leacock again, who almost beat the keeper a couple moments ago. I couldn't beat him to it this time. No,
and again, that ball that came in, that first ball, was more up and down than across. So not a threat to a well-organized defense like the Defense Force.
Well, when you're in a great game, when you're in a spiral of good luck, it just gets better for you, doesn't it?
It does.
On another game, that could have gone in, that shot from Leacock.
Yeah, and again, bit unfortunate for San Juan. They are coming into the game. They are making a game of it. They're not lying down.
That's Defense Force with the ball for Felix now. It's cut out by the defense. This is better from the San Juan JABLOTEH team. All those balls that they were missing earlier, they're now picking them up. Here's a chance here on the left-hand side for Foston. Foston will try to get past Garcia, who has been very good so far. And Garcia again gets the better of the younger player. Well, he does have a lot of acumen on that right-hand side for Defense Force. Here's another heavy tackle, and that could be a yellow card. It is.
It is.
And the San Juan JABLOTEH captain goes into the referee's notebook, Martin.
Yeah, and again, he just didn't get to the ball before the defense force player, and it's almost as if he was just operating a half a second behind, and that caused them to get in that clash.
Yeah, so the defense force will have that free kick. 32 minutes gone. You're watching action in the TTPFL. This is San Juan JABLOTEH against Defense Force. Defense Force went ahead in the 4th minute. Thomas penalty that had been won by Molino, and Thomas and Molino having a bit of a talk right now. Defense Force in their familiar gold and blue outfits, and Molino passing on his experience to the younger Thomas as one of their teammates gets the attention here from the officials. We talked about San Juan JABLOTEH lost to FC Eagles on December 26th. They had equalized through Jaheim Foston just before half-time, but collapsed in the second half and conceded a goal to Jamal Francois to lose 2-1. Jamal Francois, an interesting story there. Many felt that his career was over after a couple of injuries that he's had. His leg broken, and then the second time it was broken again in the same spot when a ball hit it. So it hadn't fully recovered.
Yeah.
And the story goes that he was out. Many felt that his career was over. The bigger teams had given up on him. But one of his teammates, new teammates at Eagles, actually paid for him to get attention and to do his gym sessions. And he returned to Eagles and he repaid them with a winning goal. Isn't that a great story?
Great story. And I think Coach Winter talked about it, that he's such a positive force for Eagles. And he's trying to rebuild his career. So wish him all the best for the new year, like we wish everybody. But the game is back on, and it's 1-0. If you haven't seen it, we are at the Atto Bolden Stadium. Defense Force is in that yellow with blue. I want to say blue, hints of blue.
Oh, we haven't had any ladies around us here to inform us of the correct shade of blue.
Correct palette. It won't be the shade, it will be the palette.
The palette, correction, thank you. And the free kick has gone the way of the San Juan JABLOTEH team. We're around a lot of the JABLOTEH supporters, so whenever they get a free kick, there's a lot of applause. And a few hoping that a couple of yellow cards handed out to Defense Force. But that's what fans do. They're here to support their team.
But so far, I think the couple of yellow cards have been handed out to the JABLOTEH players. Certainly the one that...
Martin got one most recently.
But they are making a game of it.
Here's Peters now for San Juan JABLOTEH, and Leacock can't hold on to it. It's robbed of it by Sadu. And while Molino is the midfielder, well, the number 10 on the team, literally and in terms of his position, Sadu is the one who plays behind him and really makes this Defense Force team tick. Here's a lovely ball over to St. Hilaire, who has a chance here to get a run at the San Juan JABLOTEH defense. Gets a pass in towards the near post, headed away by the captain, and now the shot comes in, and that was heading goalwards from Sadu.
It definitely was, and it's a great block, and that cross ball that was heading also for Molino and well cut out by the San Juan defense. Defending on a knife edge right now.
Yeah, they are looking a lot better in defense. They're looking more decisive in terms of their play. It was very, very indecisive, quite the opposite earlier.
Well, I think
getting to those loose balls, but now they've tightened up.
They've tightened up. I think Daryl Garcia is down. He was the one on the receiving end of that shot from Sadu, and Sadu hit it with a lot of venom.
It certainly was, and he took one for the team, you have to say. And it's back here with Leacock. The back heel. Oh, that's a wonderful bit of play. Can he get the cross in? He does it! Swept in! Oh! Still not away. And the follow-up shot is not the best, but that was an electric moment for San Juan JABLOTEH, and how they deserved a goal there.
Definitely a great play. Foston cut down the right here. He got that great ball that put him behind the defense. He used his speed, and he put that ball in to Garcia, and he just couldn't get on the end of it. He got on the end of it. He just couldn't turn it into the goal. That's the second time they've hit the post. And if you want to say that the Defense Force goal post is living a charmed life, it's probably got somebody's definitely cast a spell. This ball is not going in all around.
Well, if you want to put it that way, the juju is definitely with the Defense Force at the moment. And so San Juan JABLOTEH have hit both posts right now. If they hit the crossbar, they're going to be very disappointed here. But this has been an improved performance from San Juan Jabloteh in the last 30 minutes. They have really tightened up after that initial barrage by the defense force.
Yeah, and I think that those couple of chances would give them some confidence. They know that they...
Austin Hilaire has been pulled back here. Oh, I think they missed it. That was a clear pull on Hilaire.
I think it's... And I want to say I think Hilaire was pulling before he was pulled. So I think the referee kind of saw it as an even challenge and just decided to let it roll.
St. Hilaire went down, and you really had to fear for Peters there. Martin, correction, because that would have been a second yellow card for him as San Juan Jabloteh get it clear. That's going to be a corner for defense force. He could have been off.
He could have been off. But I think, as I say, I think Hilaire was tugging him, I think it was equal.
Well, Marvin Gordon and Devon Jostling, they are both arguing with the fourth official, who's getting an earful from both of the former defense force men here.
And it's really comical because there's not much the fourth official can do. The decision has already been made. There's no VAR in the Premier League here. So, with all due respect, it's gone.
Well, Akini Wilson, like a good psychologist, has to just listen here and try to take one for the team himself. Here's a corner for defense force. Sadu to take it towards the middle of the park. And there's Batu, but the header is away from him. And finally, San Juan Jabloteh get another touch through Leacock. The defense force will retain possession here. No losses for defense force. But if you look at the way this game has gone, San Juan Jabloteh have had them... I've pushed them back here definitely in the latter part of this first half.
For sure. They've hit the post twice. One from a dead ball, one from free play. And I think they deserve a goal. To be honest, they deserve a goal.
Here's Peters now on the right hand side, a bit further up than we've seen him previously in this game. They've made a little bit of a switch here. Foston is now on the right hand side, and there is Webb out on the left here for San Juan Jabloteh, as you referenced in the last game.
Yeah, they tend to do that, switch up the attack and switch sides, and so that you get the left-footed player playing on the right, and he's going to have to be cutting in on the right-footed. But there's a wasted pass, and Molino takes it up.
Molino now driving forward for defense force. He passes it to Thomas, who showed too much of it to the defender. And that was a nice challenge there by the San Juan Jabloteh man to get it clear. But it comes straight back here. That's what defense force. They are relentless, absolutely relentless, the Army Coast Guard Air Guard combination. Played it again here to Leacock. Leacock trying to turn with it for Jabloteh. And that left foot of his, that's a clever little pass. Why didn't he drive it in there, McShine? Back here to Leacock now, who can strike it with the left foot. He goes for the shot again. Oh, he certainly has a lot of power in that left boot. Well saved by Williams.
Yeah, but he didn't have much of an angle to work with. And goalkeeper didn't have much to do to cover that shot. So it was a good shot, well struck. But truth be told, they really didn't have much to go at. If he was aiming at the far corner, maybe he had a chance. But at the near post, not much.
Well, from that angle, certainly you're aiming at the equivalent of two doorways behind the goalkeeper, basically.
And the goalkeeper really had it covered there, easily covered. So, again, San Juan Jabloteh has been in the game. They've made chances. They should have scored. Having said that, the easiest opportunity fell to the defense force. Yes. And we are still wondering how he missed that opportunity.
Bailey, in fact, was a man.
The goalkeeper was down, the defenders were down in the ground, and he had the ball and the goal to his entire self. And somehow he contrived to put the ball wide of the goalpost.
Yeah, he tried to place it. Too much placement was attempted, and that went down. Now here's a substitution for San Juan Jabloteh, and it is going to be Webb who's coming off. Malachi Webb has been withdrawn here. I can only assume it's an injury that he suffered, and coming on in his place is Andel Fraser.
Is it Webb or Foston? No, it is Webb.
Yeah, number 9, Webb is the man who's coming off, and Andel Foston has come on. Andel Fraser, has come on. Remember, Webb had gone across towards the left, and He's taking the long way around, and that's just the way he's walking outside of your picture at the moment. I think it is, in fact, an injury. Maybe that right leg of his, something to that right foot. San Juan JABLOTEH, get it clear, but only as far as Molino. Here he is. Here's Sadu.
Well, the way the surface is leading to some sliding tackles that could lead to injury. So it's not improbable that players are clashing and causing injuries to one another.
JABLOTEH now, who have looked a lot better in the last 15 minutes or so on the attack here. A chance here for JABLOTEH. It's with the left foot of Leacock, and he scores! 1-all! And Leacock, who has been the most threatening of the players for JABLOTEH, scores, and it's only the 8th goal that Defence Force have given up for the season.
Well, it's nothing short of what San Juan JABLOTEH deserve. They've opened up the Defence Force a number of times. They should have scored. We commented on that, but that was really a fantastic goal. And the new player on cut inside, gave that ball to Leacock, and Leacock, at long last, he was able to swing his foot through, put it in the far side, and not much chance for Isaiah Williams.
Well, he crosses himself, he looks up to the heavens, and that was divine inspiration there for San Juan JABLOTEH, as they've scored only the 8th goal against Defence Force for the entire year, and Leacock, for his troubles, gets a yellow card.
You couldn't write this even if you were saying, but again, 1-all, 40, I want to say the 43rd minute, that goal came in, so just a couple of more minutes for the end of the half, and it's not the ideal time to concede a goal. But Sawa have been pressing. They have looked the better team in the last 10 minutes.
And certainly they have now gotten the goal, which we didn't see from the teams earlier today after their sustained pressure, unable to get the goals. But really great credit here to San Juan JABLOTEH and their supporters, who are way to our left. They have been screaming their heads off all the way through this game.
Well, you gotta love what you saw. Good support, and again, they've played football. You know, sometimes you see goals happen because of a mistake. That was a chance created against one of the best defenses. Really done with good, proper, crisp passing and a fantastic finish.
It certainly was by Leacock, who had hit the post earlier and had a couple of chances that saved by the goalkeeper. And now getting that possession in a more central area, was able to make it count. Defence Force will look to get back on top. Thomas through the legs of the defender, but it's picked up here by the skipper, Martin. Saru now takes it over for Defence Force. Everyone inside of the San Juan JABLOTEH half at the moment. That one hits the goalkeeper and is out for a goalkeeper. He didn't see it. He saw it very, very late.
Very late.
Meyer makes the save.
And he was going to his right, and the ball ended up going to his left. And so he had to almost make a change of direction. And that in itself put him in a bit of spot of bother. So it's a corner to the Defence Force. And again, after scoring a goal, San Juan JABLOTEH have to keep their focus and don't concede.
Buckmeyer with an excellent save, but more trouble coming. This one from Defence Force is driven towards the near post, not cleared convincingly, and almost turned in there by the veteran player. Bato got a shot in on it and almost put it into the net.
Well, the ball went up in the air almost for an eternity, and it seemed as if everybody was standing still. And then Bato just flicked the ball out with the outside of his right boot, but it just went wide. He couldn't really get an angle that he wanted on target.
So 2 minutes of time added on for stoppages. We're already in that first minute. Buckmeyer making an outstanding save there for San Juan JABLOTEH. Couple of good saves by Williams also for Defence Force, but it's 1-1, and that looks to be the score we're going to head into at the half here, unless something dramatic can happen here late in this first half. San Juan JABLOTEH on the attack, and that was Bato heading forward. Araujo Wilson hassled for it, and it is with the Defence Force team.
Well, the coach, Gordon, talked about Leacock being one of his players that he brought into the squad, and he's made a world of difference.
Certainly has, and again, he was trying to get an attack going for their team. Molino pulls out of what would have been a interesting situation there. Here's Leacock trying to unlock this Defence Force defense again. It's with Garcia out towards the left-hand side. Here's the new man on. Can they get the shot off? He does, but straight at the goalkeeper, and Williams collapses on top of the ball with just seconds to go in the first half.
Yeah, and I would have liked to see them try to find that far corner, the high corner when they get on that side. But the conditions are not perfect, so
Played in towards the box here. Can Defence Force strike late? Not right now. As Araho Wilson picks it up for Defence Force. Deep inside the San Juan half. Here's the ball coming in. And it's headed over bar. Oh, that was the chance there for Defence Force to strike back immediately. San Juan JABLOTEH were caught napping at the defence. And that should have been a goal.
It should have been. That was Felix, I think. No, that's number 77.
St. Hilaire.
St. Hilaire, and he really there. He's remonstrating with himself, but he has only himself to blame. A free header in essence.
Easily the man who's replaced Brent Sam up front there for Defence Force, but the whistle is gone, and it's ended a very entertaining first half. Thomas getting the goal for Defence Force from the penalty spot, and very late in the first half, Leacock with an outstanding daisy cutter from outside of the box has equalized for Defence Force. Game on here.
Game on, and what we saw from San Juan JABLOTEH is they didn't crumble. Under the pressure, they held up. They did what they're supposed to do as a young team. That you got to commend them for that. They came back into the game and found that equalizer, and that in itself, I think, is a big victory for them.
Yeah, so that's how it ends at the end of the first half. 14 minutes time for more action in this TTPFL match between San Juan JABLOTEH and Defence Force right here at the Atherbolden Stadium on Wave TV. Welcome back to the Atterbolden Stadium, where the script has been completely rewritten. If you had expected a coronation for the Defence Force, it hasn't turned out to be that way at all. It's been a brawl in our hands, 1-1 after 45 breathless minutes. It certainly did look as business as usual when the referee pointed to the spot in the 4th minute after Kevin Molino had been brought down, and Kaheem Thomas coolly slotted home the penalty. At that moment, the Tetron boys were technically on top of the league. But great credit to San Juan Jabloteh. They did not crumble. They didn't just hang on. They rattled the cage. They hit the woodwork twice, warning shots that the Defence Force failed to heed, and finally in the 43rd minute, the resistance was broken. And of course, who else but Isaiah Leacock, the former Army man, coming back to haunt his old side, burying the equalizer just before the break. So the table has turned, and as it stands, Defence Force are not going to the top of the league right now, as they will need a winner. Jabloteh, however, have tasted blood, and they have proven that they can hurt the champions. Can the Army regroup or find the goal that takes them to the summit, or will the Kings continue to spoil the party? It's 45 minutes to decide it. The second half is just about going to be underway. I'm Vidya Rampal alongside Christopher Gill, and we're getting ready for the second half. Christopher is doing his Sherlock Holmes thing, getting some words from the coaches, and he will share those with us in just a little bit. One change to report here, and we're seeing that Defence Force have made a change, and they have brought off Arajo Wilson, who was in the wars during that first half, and it looks like number 13, Rivaldo Coriat, has come on. So Coriat on for Defence Force in the second half. Only change we've seen so far. And that's what we'll work with here in the second half. So Defence Force, and we are just about getting ready to get underway. Referee Andrew is just about to blow the whistle. And we're about to get the signal from the match commissioner. There we are. We're underway in the second half. Defence Force in the yellow and blue outfits. They're attacking the goal to our right. And the San Juan Kings, San Juan Jabloteh in the green and white outfits here. And the young side of San Juan Jabloteh certainly have troubled the Defence Force. But it hasn't always been pretty from them. While they played some wonderful attacking football, their passing has not been quite as astute as we would hope to see from the former league champions. Here's Molino, and he finds Garcia. Back to Molino with the blue captain armband around his left arm. Here's a new man on. It's Coriat getting it forward towards St. Hilaire. Tackled from behind, and it's with Leacock, the man who scored for San Juan Jabloteh. Played with the Army last year in the 2024 season, 2024-2025 season, but decided to come across to San Juan Jabloteh, and has he made a big effect in this game. Hit the post with a wonderful shot earlier, and then got the goal just before the half here that has set the Defence Force, giving them a lot to think about here in this second half. And my co-commentator, Christopher Gill, has done his Sherlock Holmes thing, and I'll give him a chance to catch his breath. He is very, very fit from his cycling days.
But so just had a conversation with Devin Elcock, that's the new technical director of Trinidad and Tobago Football Association. So just looking on at the players and just making some general comments about what we are seeing. So, of course, the skills, we've seen a lot of talented individual skills, but sometimes we need to get that team play, the connecting 5, 6, 7 passes. And we're not seeing that on any of the sides tonight, have we?
Yeah, not so far. And we would hope to see that, at least from the team. We would expect to see that from his Defence Force.
And then, of course, we also have Brent Sancho here, whose role, as you talked about, is generally, basically, he's scouting, if foreign talent scout, if you want to call it that. And that's going to be critical with that new grandfather law.
Yeah, certainly it is. Coriat gets the pass to St. Hilaire. Here's Molino with the pass, and that does not beat the central defender. And San Juan Jabloteh will run it clear here. They've played some attractive football. As you mentioned there, Chris, it hasn't been perfectly brilliant from either side. But I think might be a fair reflection.
I think the field has some part to play in that. But again, what I like about what I'm seeing, we talked about the youth, the age of the San Juan Jabloteh team. They're a young team, but they haven't folded. That pressure, conceding in the 4th minute, then nearly conceding again to what would have been a gilt-edged chance. They held their nerve, and they've really put themselves in a position now to, I want to say, go on and possibly win this game.
Yeah, they certainly could do that. And Defence Force haven't been beaten for the season, as we've mentioned. And if they can really do that, that will set alarm bells going all over this league.
Yeah.
It will prove that Defence Force can be beaten.
Well, certainly tonight, what I've seen is that they can be beaten. But it's going to take a consistent, full 90-minute effort to do that.
It will. And can San Juan JABLOTEH, do they have the ability to do that here? This one's played in towards the most forward of the Defence Force players, but arrived at Thomas, the goal scorer.
Yeah, the ball just skidded through again, eh?
Yes.
Landing on that surface, just not losing momentum. And I suppose it's difficult to judge the pace of the balls that bounce.
Well, if we were at the National Cricket Centre, which is not far away from here, we'd say that one landed on the seam.
Yeah.
But certainly did skid away. San Juan JABLOTEH living dangerously at the back here. Defence Force pressing. Appeals for a penalty here, but it's turned down. Devon Jostling is left holding his head. He thought that was a penalty for Defence Force.
Well, I think I have to agree with the referee there. I didn't see an offence, to be quite honest. I think more of a slip. Under
pressure.
Under pressure, he just lost his footing.
Yes, Coriat, who has come on for Defence Force. His first name is Rivaldo. Of course, I'm sure that whoever gave him the name was a big fan of the former Brazilian star, Rivaldo, and Barcelona also. He was still playing up to a couple of years ago at the age of 45.
Some of these players, and they play in some of the leagues, and I've been to a league match in Brazil. I think it might have been a 4th division game. And I tell you, 45,000 in the stand, so lots to play for.
Yeah, certainly. And Rivaldo would have played here in Trinidad and Tobago in 2023 in a match. Still on the field at almost 50 years old, and the great former Brazilian World Cup winner in 2002 it was. Headed away by Coriat, Rivaldo Coriat, as we've mentioned. That's why we went on that tirade about the former Brazilian legend and Defence Force. A bit more methodical here.
And Defence Force are starting to take control. San Juan being pressed back, and they're holding their shape right now, but certainly Defence Force is pressing them in.
And Molino is taking a big part of it here. He's playing a little bit deeper now, just pulling the strings a little bit deeper. And Sadu is a bit more forward than him. And here St. Hilaire gets a shot off, but it deflects off the defender. And Buckmeyer does well to stop it from going out for a corner. That's good play by St. Hilaire. It wasn't the easiest of balls to control, but he did so well and got the shot off.
Yeah, and just, I want to see what, in terms of fitness, because obviously that's going to be a factor as the game goes on. And is it going to make a difference, and is it going to make a significant difference to either team? Traditionally, Defence Force has always been a team that has been fit. They've never been short of fitness. So if if we are talking about what might be one of the fitter teams, everybody's going to say the Defence Force.
Yeah, certainly. That I think everyone who knows about Defence Force football would agree. These guys are part of the regiment. The majority of them are from the regiment. There are a couple from the Coast Guard. Not sure if there are any Air Guard players in there, but we'll have to confirm that for you. But what a script this has been written for us here in this game. Leacock, who played for the Defence Force last year, 16 goals and helped them to get the title last year, coming back against his former side and burying a dagger into them.
Burying a dagger.
Played through. Molino will get on to the end of this. Can he get the cross off? He does. And it's cleared by the captain of San Juan JABLOTEH, Martin, who's already on a yellow card and maybe a bit lucky to stay on the field.
A bit. But again, sustained pressure by the Defence Force. But so far, San Juan JABLOTEH are holding up and they're holding their end. They're not looking panicked at the back. They're not looking like they're desperately defending right now. They're just doing their job. The midfield needs to sort themselves out, but they are holding strong for the time being.
Oh, just a word on Leacock there. The celebration really said it all, didn't he? He said, I'm still here, and you should have kept me.
But that's professional football. Sometimes things don't go the way you want, and you get a second chance. And let's say that's a second chance for him to prove that maybe he's a talented player who's scoring goals, and he's taken the opportunity tonight. It's his first game back. And Coach Gordon talked about that. It's good to get him back after the injury.
Yes, and certainly he's made his presence felt here on the field, hitting the post with a wonderful free kick that really he deserved a goal, and he got it in the late in that first half. Here he is touching it on towards Boston. Boston now trying to turn the defender, and three players, they know what he's capable of. The three players collapsing on him. And JABLOTEH with Martin picking up the ball now. Looking for the turn, but did that come off the San Juan JABLOTEH player? It did. Garcia will take the throw in.
So that, and of course, that number 17 is a new player on for San Juan JABLOTEH. I'm not sure if it's
Correct. That's Rivaldo Corriat, as we mentioned earlier.
Or is Rivaldo Corriat on for Defense Force? This
Defense Force, yeah.
JABLOTEH number 17.
Their 17 would be, I'll just give you a correction on that. And 17 on for them is Andel Fraser. And he would have come in at, we believe it's the injury to Webb.
But I think he's come in and he's made an impact. He's done some work.
Yeah, actually had a big hand in the goal. Sent the pass to Leacock to score the equalizer for San Juan JABLOTEH.
Yeah, it was good link-up play between Foston himself and then finally Leacock with the thunder. Well, he didn't hit it thunderboltish, but he certainly put it in strong enough and far enough from the keeper to put it in the back of the net.
Yeah, the placement was what was great about it, and showing shades of the form he had last year for the Army, who are warming up a substitute at the moment. And as we mentioned, Brent Sancho, Lendl Simmons is here. He just confirmed to me that he didn't play football at any level, but he loves the game, and he's a Manchester United supporter. So I think you might be at odds with him here. Here's a pass inside for Army, and that the whistle is gone here, and Molino thought it was a penalty, but it's not.
And at this point, Devon Jocelyn is just holding his head in disbelief. And I can't say that I saw a foul, but the referee might have been closer. It was hard from this angle to say that we saw an infringement from either player, to be honest.
Well, Jostling was, there were about 3 or 4 other people in the technical box who had almost run onto the field, appealing there for Defense Force.
Again, the game is being played at a much higher intensity than the first game. I think the defending and the attacking from both teams. It's a yellow card for the bench.
Yeah, someone on the bench has gotten a yellow card. It's one of the assistant coaches, I believe. It's not one of the players. And obviously for something that was said that the referee has heard or has been reported to him. So a yellow card for a member of the Defense Force staff here. Try to identify who that is for you. And another slip at the back here. Defense Force, Molino gets in. And he can't, he goes down. No penalty call. But Molino was clearly touched by the player. Took a while to go down there.
But he ended up going down outside the field of play and not with the player around. So, you know, it's quite possible that the referee might have been wanting to book him for simulation. But in the end...
Well, I think there was a touch, but the fact is that he went down in stages, it seems. When you're younger, you go down a lot faster. What a great servant of Trinidad and Tobago football he has been, Kevin Molino. And it was a nice touch at that Trinidad and Tobago last game of the World Cup qualifiers against Bermuda, where Molino and Marvin Phillip, who we saw earlier today, Jovin Jones, they were honored by the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association. That was a great touch.
Yeah, you know, and they've done their job and their duty for country. And I suppose it's time to pass that baton to some younger players. And I hope the younger players are listening and they do step up. Because we do have another World Cup campaign in probably another 4 years or so.
Just to mention, Sheldon Bateau was also under, as you mentioned, Baton. I thought Bateau should have been mentioned there too. And Defense Force will make another change here. This is going to be their second change. They brought off Araujo for Corriat. And now we have the player who's going to come on for Defense Force. It looks like their number 12, Nicholas Dillon, proven goal scorer. Nicholas Dillon, he looks like he's going to come on.
Well, certainly they're setting up. They're thinking to themselves, they're getting a couple chances, and they want to put in a player. So the player coming off is going to be
Bailey.
And he's been in the wars. He's been there. He's definitely made some contribution. So,
yeah, unfortunately, he might be remembered for that miss that earlier in the first half, which should have put Defense Force ahead 2-0.
Definitely.
But it happens. Even the greatest players have missed easy goals, as we've seen over the years. So no shame in that. Of course, he'll do better the next time, I'm sure. Defense force moving forward with Molino, who treads it through here for St. Hilaire, who's out on the right-hand side. Dillon is in the middle, but that's a nice sliding challenge there by Kibi.
Stop there.
Makes a stop. It's still alive here for defense force, but the next pass is not a good one. Molino is there, but San Juan JABLOTEH get a boot on it and clear it out. Here it's now with their number 17, Fraser. Fraser to Leacock. Leacock prodding it forward here. It's a good run, and the shot is saved.
Well, that was really great play. Fantastic ball there, and the number 10, Daryl Garcia, was onto it in a flash through the defense force defense, and excellent stop in the end by Isaiah Williams.
I'll tell you what, that bit of acceleration by Garcia was momentous.
He just stunned the defender. He left him for dead. He was left for dead. I can't remember who the defender was, but he was just left stranded.
And really great anticipation by Williams, who saw the play developing, came out, narrowed the angle, and made the save. Well, here is the corner kick for San Juan JABLOTEH, who continue to press. Can they go ahead here? Oh, that's a great take by Williams, coming out with some authority and pulling that down.
Yeah, and he is. And again, defense force have started this half strong, but slowly but surely, San Juan JABLOTEH are getting back into the game. They're finding their feet.
Flicked on, and he was looking for the run of Thomas there. Thomas, that was off the head of Dillon.
Yeah, and then the defending has been so absolutely. That was KB who put in that really awesome tackle to stop St. Hilaire the last time defense force were down on this end.
Here come defense force. It's dummy true and hit. Not well, you have to say, by the man who's come on, Dillon. Hit it with the outside of the right foot, and that went flying away from goal.
Yeah, and it spliced off. So Faustin is coming off, and at least Faustin is coming off, and number 16 is coming on. Or I'm
15 actually. It's Lyndall Sween, another one of the outstanding youngsters who's coming on. And we have seen Sween at under 20 level. We've seen him play for San Juan Secondary, San Juan North Secondary, of course. Outstanding player for them. They didn't have the best season in 2025, but Sween is certainly one of the great products out of San Juan North in the last couple of years. Forward. Here we go. San Juan JABLOTEH now looking dangerous here with the youngsters in action. Here's Fraser cutting inside. Looks at the shot. Straight to Bato. Coriat couldn't corral it. And now that's Coriel giving away a free kick just on the edge of the box. And number 17, you called it. He's had a big effect and another telling blow here.
Yeah, and again, some good play. A little sloppy at the back by the defense force. And every now and again, you can see kinks in the armor. They haven't broken, it's not been a complete capitulation by the defense force. But there are kinks in the armor. And San Juan JABLOTEH, to their credit, have been exposing them so far tonight.
Yeah, they certainly have. And will Leacock take this one? It's not going to happen. He's stepped away and he's left it to another left footer. Well, that's a bit surprising. I thought he would have been the number one favorite, the number one draft pick for this one.
Well, I'm not sure that ball is 10 yards back or even 8 yards back, but you leave it at that.
Williams sets up his wall. Chance here for JABLOTEH. Here's the free kick. Oh, he's just absolutely skied it. Oh, a double kick. That's what the referee has ruled here.
Oh, yeah.
As he slid, it came off his left foot onto his right foot and just ballooned in the air. We've seen that happen a lot lately.
And we have talked about the choice of footwear or the conditions or both. Maybe the conditions aren't the best and the choice of footwear is limited based on, not every, you mightn't have longer studs or you might need longer studs. It really depends. So, free kick wasted.
Well, if they haven't come with the longer studs, that's because of the weather lately. It hasn't been very, very wet. There was a wet period during December, around the 15th or so. In that week, there was a lot of rainfall. There was the Jewels of the Caribbean tournament going on around that time also. And there certainly was a lot of rainfall.
So we've gone from a free kick on one side to a free kick on this end. And the wall is back. And I see Molino standing up over the ball. Couple other players looking to just kind of find them way around. I don't know if he's going to hit it direct or if he's going to do a cross, but where the ball is positioned.
Yeah, he's knocked it across, and here's the shot coming from distance. It might find its way into the box, and another player slides and falls, and he gets it clear. The San Juan JABLOTEH player fell very heavily. He slid, but still managed to get that ball out of the box.
And is that Leacock doing the defensive work? It is.
I think it is, in fact, Leacock. Yeah, he was there. Well, he is fighting tooth and nail. This has been an inspired performance here from Leacock against his former team. Here's Garcia. Gets it back to Sadu. And here's Coriat. Sadu's playing in a little bit of a different position now, more on the right-hand side. Coriat has gone into his position. Here's another sliding challenge that goes awry here for defense for the JABLOTEH team. They have come out firing here in the second half. And played in by Coriat now.
And players are falling down left and right on this field right now.
And Coriat himself falls over as the turn by McShine defeats him. Here's JABLOTEH on the attack here now. Into the center is Garcia. He's looking for that pass. And that was played by Sween. Sween again, he finds Fraser. Fraser can take on the defender. He does and shoots! Clipped the net on its way. That's a corner.
Just on the outside. And really good. He cut inside. Good low shot. And again, kinks in the armor. Its appearance. They are opening just small gaps. You gotta give credit to San Juan JABLOTEH. This young team has come here to fight, and fight they are.
Well, we talked about them leaking goals in this league. 22 goals they have leaked. As we watch that one played in, that's a bit too high from Fraser.
Yeah,
but their defenses actually look a lot more solid. They don't look like a team that has given out 22 goals in the season.
Not at all. I think they were caught off guard in those first 5 minutes, conceded a penalty. But since then, and again, that opportunity that Cyrus should have scored. But outside of that, they've just looked pretty solid.
20 minutes gone in the second half, so we're up to minute 66 here in this game. And it is San Juan JABLOTEH who have had a better of exchanges in the last half an hour or so. Certainly in this first 20 minutes, Defense Force have looked better. I think they've slightly edged it, but JABLOTEH have looked far more dangerous when they've come forward here. And they've added Sween to their attack, and he's another dangerous player here for quick and also very good with idle foot.
Yeah, and again, just that the ball is knocking around in the center right now. Both teams are trying to establish control of the game in the midfield, and it's right now it's an even battle in the midfield, and that's what we're seeing. But no team is really dominant right now.
Yeah, so it's an even battle here, and Defense Force went into the tunnel. They at 1-1, knowing that their former talisman has scored against them. They're not just fighting against JABLOTEH right now. They're fighting for their own history at the moment. Here's a chance for Defense Force. It's Garcia with a cross. It's loose inside the middle. A chance here for Defense Force. And it's turned wide. Saved by the goalkeeper as Molino pulled the trigger on the far side. No one could get the shot off in time. Well, it took an eternity to get that shot off.
First of all, you had Thomas, the goal scorer. He faked. He hit the shot eventually. Came off a defender. Lucky bounce. All the way through to Molino. He got a strike, but the keeper was in the right position. Out behind for a corner. And again, they opened up the defense, but it was calm, good defending by San Juan JABLOTEH. Bit unlucky.
So Defense Force pressing for the go-ahead goal here. Jostling might be thinking it's his day. That would have been 2-1. It's in towards the near post. The keeper's flapped it and he's missed it. And it's turned in. And Defense Force are back in front. 2-1. And in minute 68, they've gone ahead with their second goal.
Yeah, and that was Jelani Felix. And again, just a poor Buckmeyer. He came for the ball. I'm not sure if it slipped through or if that was a punch that didn't have any power on it. But in the end, it just fell invitingly for Felix, and he stabbed it home.
Yeah, so Defense Force back in front. And after that near miss just a couple of seconds before, they've now gone ahead, and Felix has stabbed home one from close range, and JABLOTEH, despite all of their great work, are trailing once more.
Yeah, and that again, I can't say I'm gonna, they've leaked goals. They have looked a good defensive squad. And if you had to say that goal might have been just an error on the part of the keeper, had he done his job, punched it or hit it, I think when he went up, it's almost as if he seemed to be in two minds, whether to punch it or to hold it, and he didn't do either one effectively. He didn't hold it, and he certainly didn't punch it effectively.
Yeah, it was an odd bit of goalkeeping there from Buckmeyer, who came in indecisive, and maybe question marks over whether he should have actually gone for that. That was a nice little run there by Garcia. Prodded it forward, but couldn't find Leacock. I think he might share some of the blame for that goal, Buckmeyer. Defense force trying to build from the back here. So that's 23 goals now that San Juan Jabloteh, and that is the most any team has conceded in the tournament so far. That has been their problem.
That has definitely been their problem. But you got to say it's a work in progress. What you got to hope now is that they don't capitulate.
Oh, that's almost a chance there for defense force. It was played towards Thomas on the far side. The defender just got in the way. However, didn't manage to pick it up. Here's Leacock now, driving at defense force, getting inside one. But his pass, he was looking for Sween on the far side, but straight at the defender.
And while he was doing that, Garcia was here in the clear. And had he gone over to the left here, Garcia might have been in some space with a chance to run at goal. And he's such a fast player. I think he was looking at it from his point of view that I'm in space and I have the speed. I'm going to run right at that goal.
Well, you can't write off defense San Juan Jabloteh here at all, because that goal that they scored in the first half through Leacock wasn't a fluke by any means. They hit the post twice just before that. Leacock's asking for it again. Oh, and that one's hit the post. It's missed. Oh, has that gone in? The referee's assistant says no, and that was kept out brilliantly there by Williams.
Well, that was a really great opportunity. And again, San Juan Jabloteh have just opened up the defense force at the back. And we thought it was in a good shot off the post. And then I thought for all money that was going in. And Isaiah Williams dug with everything he had to get back at it and pulled it out.
Yeah, he dug that deep from, I'm sure part of that ball at least had crossed the line, because it was that close. But to give great credit to the assistant referee on the far side. He was in a great position to see it, and he said no goal.
And then you got to say luck is on the side for the defense force. It's 3 times San Juan Jabloteh has hit the post.
How unlucky can you be? Kerry Paris is the man.
If you count that grab by Williams, it's almost 4. I think when he grabbed that ball, it did certainly make contact with the post. So, oh, wow.
Kerry Williams is the man on the far side. Kerry Paris, correction, is on the far side, and it was his Kerry.
Here comes Rivaldo. Oh, and it's easily cut out here.
Yeah, the pass by Corey out there. He was trying to get it in towards the box there, looking for Nicholas Dillon. A little bit of a change on the top. Nicholas Dillon is now in the center forward position, and Keaton St-Hilaire, who had previously occupied it, he is now on the right hand side. This one's deflected away. That's going to be a corner for defense force.
Yeah. So what we're getting is again, it's a couple of substitutions here. San Juan Jabloteh deciding to change things up, because right now what's happening is they're trying to see if they can make that last little push to get that goal. They've done everything, and I gotta say this is the best I've seen them play. So they are making improvements. They're still down 2-1.
Well, 2 changes here. McShine has come off, and there's another player who's come off here. Well, let's identify the players who have come on here. Number 18 has come on. That's Beard is on for San Juan Jabloteh.
And I think I see number 18 has come on.
Yeah,
in the meantime, it's a corner for the defense force, and they've taken a little time in retrieving the ball.
Yeah, they certainly are. We'll identify those players who come off here for San Juan Jabloteh. Double change for them. McShine was one of the players who came off. McShine, 23, he came off and Beard has replaced him. Here's Sadu for Defense Force and back to Molino. Here's Sadu again. And Defense Force, that's driven in towards the box here. That's going to be loose inside the box. And there's Leacock to do the more defensive work. And the pass by Garcia is out towards the right-hand side, looking for Sween. But it's back with the Defense Force.
So number 23 is off, and I think the other player is number
24. Valentine is also off. So Valentine and McShine are the two players off for the San Juan Jabloteh team. Here comes Jabloteh again, and the other player who's come on, that is number 14, Dwight Jordan. And the ball played in towards the center, and that's nicely taken. Oh, he's lost it!
And I gotta agree with the attacker there that he lost possession of the ball. I don't think it was stripped by the Sawa player, and I think the goalkeeper is really lucky to get the referee's protection there.
Yeah, he certainly did get the protection of the referee. Now Defense Force are making a change. Saint Hilaire is coming off.
But he's run his legs off, to be honest.
He has been replaced by 28. That's Christian Bailey. And if I remember correctly, another Fatima player.
Yeah, and a good one at that. So let's see if he's, it's, again, all these players developing and coming into the game.
Christian Bailey, a captain of the Fatima College team over the last couple of seasons. And here he is here playing for the Defense Force. Gets his chance. He's going to replace, it's a like for like. St. Hilaire was on the right-hand side in that front three, and he has gone into that position. Dylan maintains his position at the top. Here he is, Dylan, trying to challenge for that one. It's dropped nicely here for Defense Force, and it almost fell kindly for Bailey with his first touch.
Well, he was a bit unlucky, but Buckmeyer doing what he's supposed to do. Again, you're looking at Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League action live from the Atto Bolden Stadium on Wave Sport TV. Score is 2-1 in the favor of the Defense Force, who are in the yellow and blue. San Juan Jabloteh in the green and white.
Last 15 minutes of the game now, and Defense Force lead by 2-1, as you mentioned. Felix getting the goal in the 67th minute. Well, what a challenge escape there by Garcia. A couple of solid challenges. The second one from Francois could have taken him off his feet. Here's Coriat now, driving forward for Defense Force. He can get the shot off here. Passed it. And offside.
Well, he had just drifted offside. I don't think he realized where he was. And he was just so focused on trying to be in a goal-scoring position. And he didn't look at the back line. It was an easy call for the linesman there. Yeah,
well, he's looking down the line of all the defenders. So that's where game awareness has to come in. There's a nicely walked 1-2. Well, defender and forward falling that time. And the Defense Force man, Dylan, fell. And the chance was gone. So San Juan Jabloteh will build here. Can San Juan Jabloteh get an equalizer? Can Lightning strike twice here for them?
Well, they have 15 minutes to prove us wrong, or prove the entire league wrong. No team has scored, I think, no team has scored 2 goals on the Defense Force in a game thus far. They've conceded 1, but not 2.
They might look at it as we're halfway there. Another mishit from a slip there that time. This time for San Juan Jabloteh. Gave it away there to Bailey, who has given up the free kick. And certainly a lot of things that we felt would happen in this game have not happened. We saw that San Juan Jabloteh may have been difficult for them. That leaky defense proved to be a bit of a myth. Defense Force comfort zone certainly has proven to be a bit of a myth also.
Definitely.
They've been exposed here in this game.
Yeah, they've looked anything other than a team that's running away with the championship, even though they are getting the results, but they haven't looked like a dominant team in this game. They've looked like the better team at times, but not a dominant team.
Well, what matters is the results, and once they keep churning out the results, that's what Devon Jostling and his team would be hoping for. They haven't been as their dominant best, as you mentioned, through this competition. Here's the ball played up. Peters is there to stop it, and Defense Force, who have been thwarted momentarily. Here's Baird now for San Juan Jabloteh playing in the midfield. Molina now with acres of space here for Defense Force. Not the best of passes to Garcia, who has to track back. One of the rare times you'll see Molino misplay a pass. What a talent he's been for Trinidad and Tobago. Coriat there is shanking that pass out of play.
Yeah, he turned there and he was looking for the for the player on the far side, but he put the ball behind him rather than in front of him.
Kevin Molino, 35 years of age. Can he drag his team back? Well, he certainly has been an influence in this game, this time influencing the game from a deeper position. And the Defence Force captain, how many years are we going to see him in the game more? I mean, every year it's been a real pleasure to see Molino in the red, white, and black. Now we still get to see him at least in the colors of the Defence Force.
Well, I think if he's 38.
35.
35,
yeah.
sir. So he might still have at least 4 or 5 years in him. But again, it's always the little injuries and how much effort do you want to put in when you get in that over 35 zone. Could be, chilling at home, drinking. Ooh,
that was a shoulder challenge if I ever saw one. Haley goes down, and a yellow card here for Martin.
He seemed to come in. The challenge wasn't so reckless. I think he did just get the ankles of the player when he went to get the ball.
So Martin has the yellow card. Just a bit of a correction. The other player, defender, to get the yellow card was his defensive partner. So that's why he's not off the field here. That was his first yellow card. Slight correction from what I would have said in the first half. So the skipper getting the yellow card here in as we head up towards the last 10 minutes of the game. Sadu for Defence Force. Another substitution coming for Defence Force. I'm seeing the board lighting up on the fourth official's table at the moment. Here's Bato for Defence Force. Deep into... And it's all about game management for Defence Force. They will hold on if they can continue to maintain possession like this. Does San Juan JABLOTEH have the belief here that they can get the victory? At least get an equalizer in this one.
Well, they are an experienced team, and so this game of keep it is definitely something they can do.
For a moment there, Molino lost out, and JABLOTEH are not able to keep it in with Fraser. And here's the change about to be made. Defence Force will bring on their number 20. Adriel George is coming on, and he has replaced Justin Sadu.
And Sadu really had a good game. He's a workhorse in that midfield.
Certainly is. Has sported a beard in the last few years. He was mostly clean-shaven at one point. And he's getting the congratulations from all of his teammates out there. Certainly they appreciate the effort that he's put in. Adriel George is from Tobago, made his name at Speyside at secondary in the secondary schools football. Saw him in the Tiger Tanks Under-20 tournament a couple of years ago. He was certainly impressive for the Tobago team. Unfortunately, they ran into Defence Force and they lost in the finals, in the two-legged finals, and badly too. And Defence Force was sufficiently impressed with what they saw. They brought him in.
Well, sometimes that's how you do your best scouting, by competition.
Yes, the cross in comes off the shin of the defender and out for a corner.
And he was under a lot of pressure there, was John. And Josen, he had to make a stop. And he wasn't sure who was behind him. And I think that was probably the best play that he could have made at the time. So, again, the pressure is on, and we've been going through these sort of phases in the game. Defence Force, over the last 5-10 minutes, they've dominated play. They've controlled the play. And Defence Force has been on the back foot. And then you get a sort of a short period where San Juan JABLOTEH is able to assert themselves. It's not as often, and it's not for as long, but they have been effective.
Well, Buckmeyer was at fault went for the go-ahead goal coming out of his line. Let's see what he's going to do here. Is he going to stay at home, or is he going to come to claim this one? Here's Defence Force. That one's knocked towards the far side. Buckmeyer stays at home here. He comes for it, flaps at it again, and this time gets it on the second attempt. Better goalkeeping here from the youngster.
Better goalkeeping, more decisive. And his first touch here was still not good enough in my view, but he recovered. And he did the job in the end to get the ball. I think it was in the back of his mind, the mistake he made. He doesn't want to let his team down a second time.
There was a foul on Leacock, who is sitting just outside of the San Juan JABLOTEH box at the moment there. And there was a yellow card handed out to Sheldon Bato. So he's gotten a yellow card for presumably the tackle on the former Defence Force man.
Either that or for harassing the goalkeeper, which he was doing. So, I mean, I'm not absolutely sure which one it was, because he did harass the defender left, right, the goalkeeper, as he was trying to get the ball out.
So for the moment here, with 7 minutes remaining, it's 2-1. Just to remind you, Thomas scoring for Defence Force from the penalty spot in the 4th minute after Molino had been brought down. Leacock with a tremendous shot from outside of the box, scoring against his former team to equalize. But then in the 67th minute, Buckmeyer came out for a corner, missed it completely, and Felix was there to slot it in to get the go-ahead goal for Defence Force. And that right now is what separates the teams.
If the game and the result stays as it is, the Defence Force will move to the top of the league with 23 points. And I think that's the important part. And they will still have a game in hand over the next two teams that are following them.
Well, two, in fact, because they still, all the teams are, in fact, playing today. So they would still have that two matches advantage. Well, the attempted run there. John was trying to do it all on his own there for the moment, doing his best imitation of Diego Maradona.
Well, now he's put his team under a bit of pressure, but
unfortunately,
bad pass.
Yeah, Molino wasn't able to tread that through here, but it's through here for Defence Force. They could win it here. Oh, that is the goal for Molino, and Molino has put them into the driver's seat now. And with 5 minutes to go, Defence Force have wrapped up the points.
Well, that was an amazing run. Amazing run by the goal scorer. He was left, he was right, he was left, he was right. He got past one defender, 2, 3. He just kept going on and on and on, did Thomas. And I think in the end he might have gone past maybe 3 or 4 defenders before he found he had the presence of mind and the maturity to know where Kevin Molino was. And Kevin Molino had the experience to know exactly where to be. And he found him, and really an easy goal.
Yeah, he just had a tap in because the goalkeeper was still tackling Thomas on the other side of the goal, and Molino just calmly just slotted it in. He was never going to miss from there. And another goal for Kevin Molino, and this has put Defence Force 3-1 ahead. That's pretty much the point sealed here, and the top of the table for Defence Force.
Yeah, I think so. But again, good spirited fight from San Juan JABLOTEH. And they can't complain. They had their chances. They had a couple of chances. As I said, they've hit the post on 4 separate occasions. And that goal for the the goal post on the Defence Force side has lived a charmed life.
Yes, and certainly the juju has been with the Defence Force today. But then when you are playing well, luck just seems to follow you. And on the other side of it, as we say in Trinidad, when luck is going against you, even wet paper can cut you.
Yeah, it's always that sort of case. And I think just a couple of really simple mistakes. That Buckmeyer not holding on to the ball for that corner, and that might have just changed the complexion of the game just enough that the Defence Force started to assert themselves and a stronger team mentally, and they've just been able to dominate from there.
But certainly you have to hand it to San Juan JABLOTEH. They might go down losers in this game. That might be the 24th goal that they've conceded for the season. But they certainly do not look a team that has conceded 24 goals in the season. They look a much better team than what the stats show.
Yeah, and I think the coach Gordon was making that point that his team is improving. He's seeing signs of changing up his structure to get the team more efficient. Certainly they play that way today. The way they play today, I think they should be able to beat a lot of teams in the league.
Yeah, and remember, this is a very young team for San Juan JABLOTEH. Has Fraser, one of the young players who's looked very impressive since he's come on, drives it in. And Bato stoops low to get that one away for Defence Force.
Yeah, sort of stooping to conquer there. He got down and headed it across and away from goal.
Corriat as well. Molino, look at that pass from Molino. Saw a player. That could have been a dicey position there for Defence Force. And here they come again, trying to maybe get a 4th goal, or at least get it as far away from their goal as possible. We just have about 2.5 minutes to go.
And then I found that Rivaldo Correa has come on, and he's been solid. He hasn't been spectacular, but he's been solid. And that's what you want from a midfielder. Work, tackle well, pass well.
He's been good on both sides of the ball. A couple of interceptions for him here also. Here he is now. And he can get down dirty, can he?
He can.
That was a solid-looking challenge there for the youngster. Here's Garcia now, looking to turn the defender. Gets it back here towards Martin. And the skipper has to go back in the center. This is one of the substitutes, Baird, for San Juan JABLOTEH. Can they get something back here?
Oh,
it was a good shot, but far away.
Yeah, he hit it sweetly, but it was always rising. So getting a chance, and I want to say about 25 yards out, but you gotta at least hit the target. You know, at this level, you want your shots to be on target.
Well, the top of the table was in Defence Force hands for 39 minutes. It was torn away, but then in the second half, 67 minutes, it all changed. Defence Force back on top of the table, and they are looking they will take the 3 points here certainly. And this proud record of them, 9 matches, 9 wins. Not 9 wins, but 9 matches unbeaten.
Yeah, so it will be 7 wins, 2 draws. And we're not sure what the results in the other games are. The Club Sando and Police are also playing tonight. Remember, tonight their matches, all the teams are playing tonight as they did for the most part in Boxing Day, except there was 1 or 2 matches postponed.
Including Defence Force and Central FC.
All right. So, yep, that's...
1 minute of time. Well, 1 minute remaining here, so we will see the board coming out at some point to indicate how much time for stoppages. Here's Molino, who's played his part in this victory, getting the 3rd goal and confirming the win for Defence Force. Oh, that's lovely. Great bit of passing there from Defence Force. Here's Molino again. This time misplayed by Molino. And that's going to be a foul. Yeah, he was brought down by the San Juan JABLOTEH player. And it's the number 14, Jordan, who hasn't quite asserted himself in this game since he's come on, who commits the foul.
Yeah. And not all the substitutions have worked out the way you want them to. But certainly for Defence Force, they've done the job.
Here's Defence Force on Garcia with the cross. That could be so easily have been number 4. Ooh. And Coriat slams it over the bar.
3 minutes of time added on. Well, he looked like a quality player, except he might be a goal scorer. That was way high and wide, but it was really a gilt-edged chance. He had merely a half a second to settle that ball and shoot, and the angle was tight.
Yeah, it certainly was a tight angle, but I felt maybe a bit more experience. He would have known that he had a bit more time. He could have brought it down instead of going for the first-time shot. Rivaldo Coriat, his more celebrated namesake, would have buried that. Molino has taken it up here. Defence Force could have a chance to make it 4. And a couple of misplayed passes, and the chance seems to be gone here for Defence Force. That could have really embellished the scoreline, and it would have been cruel and punishing on San Juan JABLOTEH.
It would have been really cruel. But again, slip is what got Molino in, and I think in the end he attempted to find his teammate, and a slip from his teammate is what got them out of trouble.
That's what it is. Going to be a free kick on the far side, so still a chance here for Defence Force to tack on a 4th goal. We're just outside of the first minute of time added on for stoppages here in this TTPFL match. It is Defence Force leading 3-1. And really, San Juan JABLOTEH really fought hard in this game, especially in that first half. But in the second half, you have to say the Defence Force have been much better team in this one.
I think the experience has shown.
Here's the free kick for Defence Force, and that's slammed over bar. Not going to affect the scoreline.
The experience has shown they were under pressure, but they didn't buckle. They knew what to do. And I think they just rode out their luck. Sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to ride your luck out.
And they timed their moment well, getting the goals in the 67th and 85th minute, and they run out 3-1. A score that some might say slightly flatters the Defence Force. San Juan JABLOTEH have been they probably deserved a bit more out of this game. But take nothing away from the Army, Coast Guard, Air Guard combination. They have been brilliant. It's Bailey now for Defence Force, finds fellow substitute Coriat. And Molino shreds it forward here for Defence Force. Thomas, who went on that storming run to create the 3rd goal, it's taken away from him. Leacock, here's Ooh, there was a shot, an attempted shot there by Dylan. Was he impeded? I think as the foot was coming through, someone clipped his foot in the back.
Well, you're not sure if he got his foot clipped or if he got his foot stuck in the turf.
I think so, because the way he's reacting, he's sort of tapping himself on the back of his head as if this suggests you should have gotten that shot off.
Yeah. So again, folks, we're close to time here. It's certainly 3 minutes have passed. A really good game, and I want to say I think in the end a deserved victory for the Defence Force. You can see why they are on top of the league.
Yeah, so Defence Force, and there's the final whistle. And Defence Force players looking relieved but triumphant after this game. San Juan JABLOTEH's players have collapsed from exhaustion all over here at the Atherbolden Stadium. Defence Force win 3-1.
Yeah, and again, a great game. San Juan JABLOTEH don't deserve to go down 3-1, but they had chances. They were unlucky not to score. And the Defence Force, though, took their chances and scored the goals, and then they had the experience to hold on to the lead when they were threatened, and that made the difference.
Well, certainly for 45 minutes, it looked like the San Juan Kings were going to spoil the party. That's after Isaiah Leacock's equalizer, but certainly Defence Force, they've shifted gears in the second half, and they've gotten goals from Felix and Molino to win it. So Defence Force, 23 points, they're on top of the table, and that's outside of the results with the Police and the Club Sando games.
Yeah, that's outside. Again, they're gonna go in unbeaten so far. Every other team has had at least one defeat.
Well, there are the words of Christopher Gill, and JABLOTEH still remains in the danger zone, but the Army marches on. They came for the top spot, and despite a fight from an old friend, they are taking it home. A perfect start for the 2026 season for the Tetron boys. From a dramatic doubleheader in Couva, we saw a deadlock in the opener, and now a new league leader. It is on behalf of Christopher Gill and the rest of the team. It's goodbye for now from the Atherbolden Stadium.